Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe in search of a dream.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We have no money. Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show,
What have we done?
will this family open their new bar on time?
It makes me feel a bit sick every time I come in here. I feel a bit like overwhelmed.
Will this rookie fisherman
One day, I'm going to have a boat like that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
take over from an old hand?
Who's driving the boat? We're going to crash.
And will these novice B&B owners be ready for their first guests?
This is crazy.
The Costa Blanca, Spain. This 200-kilometre stretch of coastline with crystal clear waters enjoys over 300 days of sunshine a year. So it's no wonder pretty towns like Javier are hotspots for Brits moving over to start a new life in the sun. The latest to make the transition are Kelly and her fiancé Steve, Stallion.
My family name and very proud of it.
I'm not in public.
But what do you mean not in public?
I'm just joking.
Until 10 days ago, Steve and Kelly were living in Plymouth, but they were fed up of working for other people and having no time to spend with their 2-year-old daughter, Millie. So they've traded that life for a new one on the Costa Blanca.
Javier is a really, really beautiful place. I think it was actually sold to us as Saint-Tropez of Spain.
Like I do sit here now and I think, wow, how lucky are we to live here?
But it's not just the scenery that makes Javier attractive. The cost of living in the UK is 50% more than in Javier, and it's a short hop back home with the nearest airport just an hour away. To fund their new dream lifestyle, Steve and Kelly aim to turn this rundown place into a family bar grill.
Our dream is to have like a small little empire, nothing huge, but just to have a really lovely lifestyle.
My God, you're talking fast.
This could be a brand new start for Steve and Kelly. But they've not come here alone.
I love it.
Meet Gail,
Who is going to grab this bull? Look at the bull waiting.
Steve's African-born mother-in-law.
Am I going to get through this? Oh, my God. Look at this. I can't be that fat.
But Gail's not just here for the ride. She's plunged 50,000 euros of her life savings into this dream.
I'm loving it.
The family have just received the keys for their new bar, and today is their first chance to size up the scale of the task.
What have we done?
The bar used to be owned by another expat, but they struggled to make a go of it.
It's still sinking in that this is our own business. I'm still not really sort of comprehending, man, this is ours.
It cost 20,000 euros for the lease. They have a further 20 for living costs, leaving just 10,000 for renovations. But this bar is almost 500 square metres. There's a real risk it could become a huge money pit.
Even the day we signed, I honestly didn't, I wasn't like jumping around going, yes! It wasn't like elation, it was like, man, this is, we've got a lot on. But then actually the first day here, and just getting stuck into it and stripping it back, fundamentally, yeah, there's a lot of hard work to be put into it, but it's ours.
I worked in a restaurant doing the books twice in Botswana. He's been in the industry running restaurants and bars for 15 years. And he's a big, strong, healthy man. And this place is going to be amazing. I'm just so excited about it.
Steve and Gail aren't daunted by the amount of work they need to do here, but their complicated home life is almost certainly going to have an impact. 2-year-old,
A hyperactive 2-year-old.
a feisty mother-in-law,
Quite a force to deal with. Good or bad?
and the biggest bar in town. What could possibly go wrong?
It's gonna be great.
One of the most popular stomping grounds for expats in France is the Dordogne. It's home to around 20,000 Brits, and it's easy to see why. Described as Britain 50 years ago, house prices are less than half of those in the UK. The area is steeped in history and produces gourmet food and world-famous wines.
Merci, sir.
Former teacher Alison and computer expert Richard Haylock have bought into that dream.
Are you going to carry that?
Well, somebody's going to have to.
They've left behind their family in Scotland to start a new life in Mahoy-sur-Belle, a small town of just over 1,000 people, famous for its bustling markets and moated chateau.
This is heaven on earth.
I have no axe to grind with Britain, apart from the fact that I do enjoy good weather because I'm always outside. I've got dogs. So what's wrong with Britain, from your point of view?
Roadworks. Have you seen any in France?
The Dordogne has miles upon miles of unspoilt countryside, and it should fulfill their dream of a life in the great outdoors. But to fund that life, they need to turn this traditional French townhouse into a profitable B&B.
It's minutes from a main trunk road. It's in the middle of a small town with shops around. This place actually ticks all the boxes for us.
They've plunged all their life savings into this rundown property. This will soon become the only B&B in the village. Simple, or maybe not.
It's something we've never done before. Wow.
The comment about refurbishing an old French house is don't.
For the Haylocks' dream to stand a chance, they have to cash in on the summer season. It's now late spring, so that means being open in just 4 weeks. The tradesmen have completed all the structural repairs, but the biggest challenge is yet to come. These 2 novices need to turn this shell into a working business.
So I'm going to put a second coat on here, and if you can put a first coat like that, I suppose, then that would do nicely.
You don't reckon I can paint, do you?
You're overloading your brush, that's part of the problem.
In less than a month, 3 bedrooms need painting. The bathrooms have to be plumbed, and the electrics made safe.
I've just dropped some white paint on the Dalmatian. You'll never find it.
It landed on a black spot.
Yes.
Richard, it's on his head.
So it is.
Not only have the Haylocks never run or renovated a B&B before, but the pressure has just got worse. Their first guests are imminent.
Well, we've got family descending on us as a dry run, as it were, and they'll be descending on us in about 4 weeks. So we've got quite a bit of work to do, but none of it is structural now. That's all been done.
But is Richard's optimism simply papering over the cracks?
The house could be
Fall
set
down?
on fire.
Well, no, we're insured against that.
Well, not assured against fire.
Are we not? We'll get that sorted.
Darling, you can't stop fire if it decides to set fire.
No.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
Go and live in a tent.
4 weeks, it'll be finished. We'll be open for business.
Yeah.
25 kilometres southwest of Malaga Airport lies the tourist hotspot, Fuengirola. Each year, thousands of Brits descend on the town, making it one of the most popular holiday destinations on the Costa del Sol. Fuengirola's roots lie in fishing, and it's a pastime that remains popular to this day, attracting native Spaniards and Brits alike. One man cashing in on the passion for fishing is expat Dean Hoyle.
We catch a little fishy when the boat comes in.
He's the Costa's answer to Captain Birdseye.
You ever seen a hermit crab race? It takes a long time because they don't move fast.
Portsmouth-born Dean has been here for 10 years and is now one of the most successful fishermen in the area.
That's some of the bits and pieces we fished we've caught there. There's the shark we had a few years ago. It was 110 kilos. We've had small sharks, basking sharks, thrasher sharks. It's enjoyable, it's nice when you're out there in the ocean, you know, and it's flat calm. especially in Spain, because in May, once May comes, you've got May, June, July, August, September, October, and it's nice. Nice weather, nice temperature.
During the summer, Dean's fishing charter operates 7 days a week, and today is no exception.
Come on board.
Dean charges €60 each for a day's charter.
All right, let's go fishing. Who's driving the boat? I thought you were driving the boat. We're going to crash, hit an iceberg. Right, let's try and get some mackerel.
And it's not long before it's time to drop anchor and show these customers what makes this business so successful.
I'm not a great fisherman. He's way better than I am. So.
You watch, you will catch the fish.
Yeah, I know that.
I know you will, because I'm going to help you.
Good.
Drop and stop, OK? Drop, stop. Give it a little wiggle like that, little wiggle.
Dean's sales technique is all about the banter.
He got me.
There you go.
But the success of the business is also down to his knowledge of the ocean.
More than better. Hey, that's the biggest one I've had this year. Matt, net.
It's been a successful day at sea, and Dean's returning to base with 2 very satisfied customers on board.
Definitely the best charter we've been on this year. Good skipper.
Good skipper.
But after a decade of pleasing punters, Dean's moving on. He's heading 3,000 kilometres south to the Cape Verde Islands off the coast of Africa.
I want to move on. I've got an opportunity. Someone's bought the company off me, so it's given me the opportunity to have the money to do it again.
To finance the move, he sold his beloved fishing business to another Brit who's cut from a very different cloth.
A lot of work to do initially with the website, the leaflets and the uniform, which are probably your main point of call with your market. I just don't think Dean's is quite up to par with what it should be.
If the new owners were anything like Dean, then sure it'll be a success.
You know one else like me.
The stallion family arrived in Javier on the Costa Blanca a month ago.
Let's get going.
They're following their dream of opening up a family business in the sun.
Spain is a wonderful country. It's friendly. It's warm.
Wine, beach, food.
Mum had always wanted to be by the Med. She's always said, I want to live by the Med.
I always wanted to sit on the beach.
And be a lifesaver.
No.
Now, this location is not quite beachfront, but it's one of the biggest venues in town and has huge potential.
Look how much light is in this place.
Today, the renovations begin. Steve and Gail want to turn this rundown restaurant into a family-friendly bar grill. They need to rip out all the fixtures and fittings and decorate the entire space.
Yeah.
Are we going to be sober when we go home?
Are we going to be sober? I hope so.
They have a tight renovation budget of €10,000 and have set themselves a deadline of 2 weeks to be open.
I mean, we're gutting it. Then we can see what we've got.
Stripping it back and actually exposing a lot of the original features and stuff is exciting, because you just get to see the actual full potential of what this building has.
Stevie is extremely hardworking, ripping the place apart, you know. You know, it was like watching, what's that guy? The Incredible Hulk.
Ideally, these are all going to come down, because this is all just like false paneling. So bring these down, remove these. Some of the lights will come down. We're going to strip all this bar back off.
And then we can start rebuilding.
Just take it back to a blank canvas, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Steve and mum-in-law Gail chose this bar together 2 months ago on a rather risque research trip to the area.
So we rented an apartment. Can I tell our story?
Yeah.
And we've got upstairs, double bed, and no couch. So I actually shared a double bed with my son-in-law.
I was obviously very aware of my snoring.
When he snored, I just hit him. And I didn't breathe properly, he just slapped me. Gege, you're not breathing properly.
Not that I expected her to
to have died next to me.
But it was amazing.
She was loving it. Although I didn't sleep naked then. I did keep my clothes on.
The bar needs to provide an income for the whole family, and although Gail and Steve are confident, Kelly has some serious reservations.
When I first saw the bar, to me, I felt like I greyed within a second. I greyed and lost all my hair. I went grey and that was it. And I aged. I felt like that's it, you know. I try to always look at the glass half full, but I have moments where I go into like panic. You know, are people gonna come? Are they gonna give us a chance? And Steve says to me, you've just gotta relax. And sometimes my problem with me is that I think too much. And he says to me, you just think too much. And you've just gotta slow down, you know.
But Gail and Steve have come up with a strategy to manage Kelly's anxiety.
She's not coming again until I want her to come up and see what we've done.
And see the difference.
Yeah.
Being on such a tight budget, it is crucial that money can be saved wherever possible. So Gail is trying to decide what can be salvaged.
I don't like any of this. I don't like this. I don't like these. These, and these. These are quite pretty. And that. A bat. Wow. Isn't this exciting? Isn't it like Pandora's box?
This bar is going to be amazing.
Stevie, I'm excited.
But despite the optimism, it's clear that some of the jobs here need specialist tradesmen. So is the 2-week deadline realistic? Or are delays going to scupper all the plans? Fuengirola, on the Costa del Sol. Since the 1960s, the town has become a leading tourist centre. There are now dozens of bars, restaurants and attractions making a good living out of the holidaymakers. One such businessman is Dean Hoyle, who's netted a healthy profit from his fishing business.
Mi casa, your casa.
But now he wants to head to new waters. He has a dream of setting up again on the Cape Verde Islands. And today, the man taking over Dean's fishing charter has arrived in town.
One day, I'm going to have a boat like that. Yeah. Definitely.
29-year-old IT graduate Nathan Williams used to work for a large corporate company in the UK. But now he's keen to cast off the shackles of his 9-to-5 lifestyle.
I'm just fed up of that whole schedule of waking up in the morning in the dark, going to work in the dark, coming home in the dark, and you're wishing every day of your life away. And I'm 30 next year, and I just don't want to be 40 and be in a dead-end job and not happy. So I thought, why not take the plunge and get on with it?
If all goes to plan during this visit, Nathan will give up his job and home in chilly Walton-on-Thames and move to Fuengirola Marina to set up a fishing business.
Well, I'm lucky enough that I've been fishing since I could hold a rod. But once you've done a lot of freshwater fishing, you get to a certain size of fish and you can't get any bigger. Whereas the sea offers potential to be able to catch huge fish and, well, fish of a lifetime, to be honest.
Nathan is risking €140,000 on this venture and is paying for it with an inheritance left by his father. But he's never fished these waters or run a business before.
I'm coming all the way over from England and changing my life to come and attempt something that might fail. So I'm leaving comfortable stability to then come over and maybe lose everything.
Nathan has enough money to buy the business and a house.
Hola.
Hola, encantada.
So today he is beginning the search for a villa.
This is amazing. I love it.
Alongside his girlfriend Lucinda.
Absolutely beautiful. The views are incredible.
House prices in Fuengirola are around a quarter of what they are in Nathan's hometown of Walton-on-Thames. Most villas come with a pool and a barbecue to make the most of the year-round sun.
Very large property.
Nathan's inheritance has given him enough to buy this 6-bedroom villa costing €500,000. At home, it would be well over £2 million.
You've got so much space. It's absolutely perfect. Yeah, it really is.
It looks like Nathan may have found his dream home. His next port of call will be signing up for his dream business.
After you, me lady.
It's a business built on Dean's character. The question is, will Nathan really be able to step into Dean's shoes? The French Dordogne, and in the sleepy town of Marois-sur-Belle, novice B&B owners Alison Haylock and her husband Richard are enjoying their new life.
Property here was very much more readily available, and which gave us the opportunity to have a better standard of life by simply moving to a much warmer country. It seemed like a win-win situation.
Nah. Yeah, what's not to like?
But the clock is ticking on their new B&B. In 3 days' time, they're going to face their first test as hosts.
House is as ready as it's going to be.
Well, that's not actually true, is it, darling? At the moment, only 2 people can sleep here. And we need 8 to sleep here. When I've built the beds this afternoon, it'll be ready.
All that stands between them and welcoming guests are 3 flat-pack beds.
12 of these.
Yep.
And they come in underneath. You're absolutely right. So legs first.
It would have been so much easier to buy ready-made beds. But the Haylocks have no idea how much they could make from this business, so it's vital they keep the spending to a minimum.
If we had $1 million to throw at this, we wouldn't be considering anything other than the best quality. This would be a 5-star bed and breakfast, and we'd be charging €200 a night. We're not.
Down a bit.
Don't take your fingers away, please. I can't see what I'm doing. According to the diagram that came with this, it takes 20 minutes. It took me 20 minutes to get the first 2 bolts in, let alone the whole thing.
I've done mine. All right, come on, let's do this done.
Finally, though, success!
It's a bed!
So they've sorted the bed, now for the breakfast. Since moving to France, Richard and Alison have dreamt of the good life. Almost everyone around here keeps chickens. And now the Haylocks want a slice of that Dordogne dream so they can serve their guests the freshest eggs.
Can you get ones with nice personalities?
I'll try.
25 weeks, point of lay, apparently, and
We know what the French for that is.
25 semaines, and that's about all I would know.
25 weeks?
Yeah.
OK, right. 25 weeks, nice personality.
Yeah.
This trip is really going to put Richard to the test, as he attempts to translate Alison's strict chicken criteria.
I think Alison's certainly nervous about letting me out to go and buy chickens when I know absolutely nothing about them.
The Dordogne is world famous for its traditional markets selling quality food and wine. Today, Richard has headed to the nearby market town of Thiviers. The town boasts some stunning French architecture. Thiviers also prides itself on being the capital of foie gras. But it's not French delicacies on Richard's shopping list today.
Combien de semaines sont-elles?
4-5 mois.
4-5 mois?
Oui.
OK, that's good. Are they good layers? Do they lay eggs? Les œufs?
Les œufs? Oui.
I don't know about this.
Unfortunately, these are not the brown chickens Alison has set her heart on.
Here we are.
But never fear, there's another birdman just round the corner.
Monsieur, bonjour. Bonjour. J'ai besoin de 4 poulets, s'il vous plaît. Oui. 25 mois.
That's actually months, Richard, not weeks.
C'est le temps de téléphoner ma femme. Right. Well, we can't get 25-week-old ones. Is that what we wanted? 7 weeks old. If you're happy with that, then I'll do the business. Bye. I see we're second in the queue now. Alors, monsieur. Nous voudrions 4, s'il vous plaît.
Oui. Voilà.
C'est 4?
Oui, il y en a
Sont
4.
femelles?
Oui.
Très bien.
So that's another task ticked off the to-do list.
Home in time for lunch.
The question is, will these 4 chickens in a basket make or break breakfast for the Haylocks? been a week since the stallion family first got the keys to their new dream business, Gecko Bar and Grill. Steve has been working round the clock and has finally managed to rip out the old fittings and fixtures.
The main progress over the last couple of days has been the bar. So put the first coat of paint stripper on yesterday to reveal this red. We're going to do another coat of stripping back as well, and once we've done that, hopefully it will have this really sort of vintage look.
But while Steve has made good progress, he is now waiting for electricians and plumbers to wire the bar and get the toilets into shape. And their manana attitude is starting to wind him up.
There was another celebration this weekend, so no one was working Friday. Sitting around and waiting for people to take action and being in their control is actually, I find, quite frustrating.
The longer the stallions are not open, the longer they are not earning, and money is getting increasingly tight. So Gail has left the bar behind.
I'm sort of divided because we also need to run the house, and I think Kelly needs some support.
As well as helping Kelly care for Millie,
Millie! She's wasting money.
she is urgently trying to balance the books.
I've said to Stevie, we've got to know where our money's going, what we're spending it on. Plumbing supplier, right, okay, this is for the bar. This is why we need to work at the bar, because I need to question him about things that he's given me, as it's all in Spanish.
Everyone is starting to feel the pressure, and it's not just financial.
You know, we've got a family of very strong characters, and when we all want to see our vision, then it's about give and take, and so that's what we're learning, and it is quite a hectic learning curve, to be honest.
At the end of a hard day grafting, Steve heads home for some much-needed relaxation, but there's no time to switch off.
Have you written down the menu?
They need to decide on what food to serve.
Mum came to me on it, she's like, do you know what I want to do? I want to do like mince on toast. I looked at her and I said, Mum, in like the 6 or 7 years that I waitressed, nobody, and she looked at me, I said, nobody, and I mean nobody's ever even asked me, do you have any mince on toast?
So mince on toast is a non-starter. But what about breakfast? Well, Gail thinks it's a matter of personal choice.
Breakfast is breakfast. I think you should be able to order your breakfast according to what you want. We have made a decision of 3 items for breakfast to start.
Yes.
Have we?
I didn't know that. I thought that's what she said. She said we.
No.
I assumed you two been skimming behind my back there.
No, we haven't said anything.
I wouldn't say I'm bossy, but I'm very...
Opinionated.
And in Gail's opinion, one dish is a particular sticking point.
When we said about bacon butty, you were like, oh, I'd never do a bacon butty.
Well, I mean, you can make your own bacon butty. When you get your bacon and eggs, you can say, can I have a bit of extra bacon? Because I'm going to make a bacon butty. Same
You're
price.
going to make me go bald.
Put it on the menu.
There we go.
Take the scrambled eggs off.
No, you don't.
Ooh. If you want a bacon butty, I'll make you one. I'm not putting it on the menu, but you can...
It's on the menu. We've decided it's on the menu when we do breakfast.
Is it?
You said, oh, yeah, we've got to put bacon butty on.
All right, put a bacon butty. Put a bit of mince on toast too.
This is clearly a difficult family situation, and Steve is beginning to miss his own personal space.
He does very well with all girls. Our little joke is that Steve and I could have 20 babies, but they'll all be girls.
That's probably true.
Yes.
Yeah. Just one little boy would be amazing.
But how is that ever going to happen when Steve is sleeping next door to his mother-in-law?
Living with my mother-in-law is...
Intense.
Is intense, yeah. Would love to have another baby.
Well, they've got to get on with the job, haven't they?
I'm tired. Baby in the bed. Mother-in-law down the hall. Man. To the point where it's like we'd have to plan it, but not at the same time.
Unfortunately, yes, we'd have to have planned sex.
And I sleep with my bedroom door open. So maybe I should learn to close it.
Further down the Spanish coast, 29-year-old Nathan Williams is making a life-changing decision.
All of them then? Yeah.
Today, he's signing up for a brand new fishing business in the sun at a cost of €140,000.
just want to point out at this stage, if you change your mind for any reason other than a problem with the business, you don't want to come to Spain, you want to go to Portugal instead, you will lose your deposit.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's really happening now, and obviously I'm committed to it because I've signed the contract. I think it's going to be tough and hard from here, a lot of work.
There's no turning back now for Nathan and his girlfriend Lucinda. In Walton-on-Thames, Nathan is saying goodbye to his 3-bed semi and making the long journey to Spain.
He's got a clear business head, clear insight into where he wants to take the business. But he's very young. Whether he's got the right experience or the know-how to take the business forward, it's down to Nathan.
Nathan has his heart set on the house he visited at the start of his journey. But he's already falling foul of the famous Spanish bureaucracy.
There was complications with this house. In Spain, you get quite a lot of legalities with regards to the registering of the house at the town hall. This one is registered as a 1-bedroom, and you can see it's a 6-bedroom house. So, yeah, there were complications that I just didn't want to get involved in. I mean, you just don't need that hassle.
With the sale now off the cards, Nathan has settled for renting the property instead, allowing him to turn all of his attention to his new business venture, the fishing charter he's bought off expat Dean Hoyle.
Whoa! Fish on! Fish on!
Dean's now heading to the Cape Verde Islands, where he thinks he could repeat his success.
I'm hoping I'll work less, because here, once July hits, July through to October, we work every day of the week, 7 days a week. I'd rather just do 4 or 5 days a week and have a couple of days off on the beach.
Dean may be a joker, but his great customer service has netted him a good living. He can earn up to €1,000 on one single trip. But newbie Nathan is planning on a much more structured way of working.
I'm quite a jovial person. I like a joke and a banter, but then there's a fine line because you've got to come across as though you're professional and you know what you're doing. Like, I wouldn't trust Dean to show me how to put a life jacket on.
Nathan's planning to use the internet to reel in customers. And as he begins planning his new venture, he's starting to suspect his predecessor has missed the boat.
Dean's website, I don't think, has been changed since it was created in, I don't know, 1998 probably, something like that. So the logo's a bit pixelated. He's got multiple different email addresses on there. He's got negative Facebook stuff on there, which isn't good. Dean, I'm coming out to Spain next week and I'm looking to do a few days fishing with you. Could you let me know some info on the costs and trips available, please? Thanks. 2 days later, been and gone, thanks for coming back to me.
Dean relies on a more relaxed approach, and his main marketing tool is word of mouth.
You've got to know everyone in every bar. They get customers sat in the bar. And they ask about fishing. They say, oh no, Dean, you go with Dean. You know, he's good. So all these bars in the port here, all the English bars, they work with me.
Nathan doesn't have the benefits of Dean's reputation, so he spent €5,000 on marketing material for the business. And it's just arrived at the villa.
So what I've done is I've got merchandise that I can give away for free. I've got iPhone covers as well, for people if they want to buy them. Key rings, these will be freebies with the T-shirts. Notepads for all our business notes and stuff when we have meetings. And I've got can coolers. So when you give people beer, because in this heat, they go hot after 2 minutes. So I thought these would be sensible.
Nathan's confident that his new approach will take Dean's business into the 21st century. But he's never fished in the Med, so needs to learn the tricks of the trade from Dean.
I've got Dean now for about a month, and then it's all mine, so I've really got to get involved with him. It's scary, but it's also exciting because it's the deciding point of when I really get stuck into the business.
But with these two on board, who knows what will happen? Mahoy-sur-Belle in the French Dordogne. Today, Richard has just returned from a rather unusual shopping trip, buying chickens for his new B&B.
How many did you get?
4.
Only 4?
Yeah.
Are they guaranteed female?
That's what he said.
His wife Alison has been at home hoping the birds have just the right personality.
Oh, aren't they hideous?
I think they're all nice.
I never thought I liked chickens. I've always loathed the look of their feet.
You've always said to me that you dislike the look of chickens' legs.
I do, I still do.
But there are some members of this family that actually quite like the look of chicken legs.
If the dogs get to them, they won't fare at all. They'll be in pieces. But that's the gate. It stood up to the first line
Hugo,
of
no.
Hugo defence.
Hugo! No.
Oh, they're cute. And they're 7 weeks.
7 weeks old.
That means 18 weeks till we get the eggs.
I know.
It'd be lovely if we can offer guests eggs straight out the garden, wouldn't it?
Though it seems Hugo may have other ideas.
No, Hugo.
It's late May and work is still going on to renovate the B&B.
This is chicken and spinach.
To top up their takings, Alison hopes to offer guests an evening meal at €25 per head.
I very much enjoy cooking for small numbers, large numbers, private dinner parties, catering events. Done a couple of weddings. This naughty pastry has decided to curl. Not having that.
Tonight they're going for a trial run by cooking for a house full of friends and neighbours. But it's not the cooking that's going to cause stress here.
There are a few things we can't do together. One of them is share a kitchen. Isn't that right, darling? I've had this bit built for him so that he can make tea or coffee without getting in the way. He's got this knack of coming in to do something really important just as I'm trying to serve up. And it's totally unconscious.
But tonight isn't just about testing their skills as B&B hosts. This is also a special occasion.
Well done. I can't believe I just said well done to a flan.
It's Alison and Richard's silver wedding anniversary.
29 years ago, I took this gentleman home and he half drank a cup of coffee, got up, went upstairs and got into my bed and...
Been there ever since.
And 4 years later, he popped the question.
I said, well, I want to get married. And he said, well, I don't, because every time I get married, it all goes wrong. And I said, well, it isn't going to go wrong this time. And after a week of beating him up, and I'm quite good at that, he eventually said, and then here's the proposal. When do you want to do it, then? Not much about my life has ever been romantic, to be honest. It's always been a little bit quirky, a little bit odd.
The guests are due to arrive at 7 p.m.
God, an hour and 10 minutes. This is crazy.
And Alison is making a full buffet with quiches, fish and desserts.
What I actually need doing quite badly is snacks.
I can do anything badly.
So can I.
Bonjour.
At 10 to 7, the first guests arrive.
We don't have any room.
And the kitchen is chaotic.
Next person who stops me doing anything up towards cleaning this up is likely to get a washing up brush up where the sun don't shine.
The buffet is ready, and after a quick change, so is Alison, albeit a little late. But how will her menu go down with her French guests?
Poule et épinards.
Poulpe? Ah non, je veux pas de poulpe. Non, non poulpe.
It seems there's a bit of a communication problem.
Poule.
Non, en anglais.
Chicken and spinach.
Ah, ok. Mais poulet, pas poule.
Despite confusing octopus with chicken, Alison's cooking is going down a storm.
There's kedgeree over there, which is fish. Catherine said that I had cooked enough to feed a regiment, which I think is just as well because a regiment seems to have eaten most of it. So that's pretty good going, really.
So a successful dry run, but will they cope when hosting the paying public?
We're a little way off finishing it. It won't take that long, and then we'll be open for business. Thank God, I'm looking forward to it.
Are you?
Yes, we need the shekels.
I'm terrified.
Be all right.
The busy summer season is just a couple of weeks away, and Alison and Richard have their first booking.
Happy anniversary, my love.
Happy anniversary. Who'd have thought it?
Who would have thought it? Not my mother, for one. She gave us a year.
But how will they cope doing all this for real? It's been 2 weeks since the Stallion family first started work on their new family bar, which they hope will fund their dream life in the sun.
There's no turning back, this is it.
But Kelly has always had huge concerns about the scale of what they've taken on board, and she finds it hard to forget that first visit.
I was irritated, angered a little bit.
You were really angry.
Yeah, I was.
This is the warrior.
My mouth wasn't producing enough saliva so I could talk or swallow or do anything. I was like...
The bar has been stripped back to a blank canvas, and now Steve is pushing forward with the decor. But Kelly has not been here for 2 weeks and is hoping the bar is nearly ready. Ta-da! Not quite the red carpet she was expecting.
Don't get upset, it's okay.
Like mother, like daughter. 2-year-old Millie's not too keen. But what about Kelly?
It's looking better than what it did.
Kegs will very much tell me if there's something that she doesn't like.
It makes me feel a bit sick every time I come in here. I feel a bit like overwhelmed. Are you going to be getting rid of all this tile, yeah? We're not keeping that.
We're going to tile on top of that. I thought we could get away with leaving it red for the time being. I'm just saying, because obviously we've got red up here, red here, and then if we've got distressed red in the bar...
Is that what you want to do, a distressed red on that bar?
You disagree?
I mean, if you want it looking distressed, you might as well just leave it as it is, because it looks distressed, and it looks red.
It's very distressed now.
Yes, so there we go.
Kelly is a perfectionist in certain areas, and...
I really don't like the colour of this. I know people are looking and think, oh, it's just the ceiling, but to me, I don't like that colour. I don't, you know. I really don't like this flooring either. And those lamp shades are just pointless. They found this here. I mean, look at that. That's. It's like someone from the 1970s spat that out. It's disgusting.
With the renovations taking longer than expected...
Box that bag. Box it. Go on.
The family are missing out on vital takings.
I think the more we strip back, the more better I feel. The more we clean, the more I can see what they see. And so, yeah, no, it's getting there.
So overall, Kelly is slightly more optimistic than an hour ago.
Well, that's just a hazard if ever I've seen one.
Or maybe not. It's 2 weeks later, and the bar is still not open. The Stallions are now €5,000 over budget and need to take action. So today, Gail and Steve are on a mission to try and secure a loan to fund the rest of the renovations.
We're not asking for a massive amount, but it will be enough for us to finish off everything.
We're so close and we've done so much, and to not complete, it's not an option. So we need, by hook or by crook, finish the funding of it.
Everything is riding on this meeting for the Stallions. They are now eating into the last of Gail's savings, and if this continues, they will be left without any contingency fund. The big question is, will this mission be a success? Next time, Gail and Steve are racing to the finish line.
It's not about money, it's about our quality of life.
It's about money, but it's not
It's about money. But will the bank manager save the day?
Just have a look at what happens in here today.
Let's be positive.
Will the Haylocks be ready for their first guests?
This place is just a permanent hazard at the moment. Screwdrivers, wire strippers.
And Dean heads to new waters.
This is one of the reasons I wanted to come to this island, because the fishing is outstanding.
But Nathan still can't get out of the marina.
It's just delay after delay after delay.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe in search of a dream.
To a dad, that is just pure pleasure.
This is heaven on earth.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
My bank is empty. We've got nothing left.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Get your little fishy when the boat comes in.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business. On this series, we follow those expats,
Dave, you got any euros?
setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
Not happy. Not happy.
But will they flourish?
We're going to do it, we must do it properly.
Or will they fail?
Money doesn't grow on trees. It is life or death.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
Fans broke down.
You are joking.
It went bang.
On today's show, cash problems for the new bar in town.
It's not about money, it's about our quality of life.
It's about money, but it's about money.
But will the bank manager save the day?
Let's just have a look at what happens in here today.
Let's be positive.
Will this fledgling B&B be ready for its first guests?
This house is just a permanent hazard at the moment. Screwdrivers, wire strippers.
And a Costa fisherman heads to new waters.
This is one of the reasons I wanted to come to this island, because the fishing is outstanding.
But his student is left stranded in the marina.
It's just delay after delay after delay.
The Costa Blanca, 200 kilometres of beautiful Mediterranean coastline. At the area's most northern point is the town of Javier. The town enjoys a subtropical climate with around 3,000 hours of sunshine a year. The wide bay sheltered between rocky headlands make it a popular choice for sun worshippers and also Brits who want to cash in on this market. 3 expats trying to do just that are Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail.
I want to be like Richard Branston. Branston?
Pickle. Gail Pickle.
Virgin!
They jacked in a life in Plymouth to move to Javier. And they plan to turn this bar into a family business.
It's a wonderful life. Spain is a wonderful country. It's friendly. It's warm. I'm used to the sun.
Over the last month, the bar has been transformed. But this has come at a cost. The family had a €10,000 renovations budget, but are now 8,000 over.
Well, we still need to do the cash and carry.
So now they're at the bank to see if the manager will give them an overdraft.
Just have a look at what happens in here today, and then obviously...
Let's be positive. Let's say.
Oh, yeah.
They're hoping the overdraft will help them speed up the works because they need to open to make some cash.
Oh, I see some grey hairs.
I've got loads of grey hairs. I love them in my beard. It's quite nice now it's on brown flesh. It's not about money, it's about our quality of life.
It's about money, but it's not quality of life. I guess in my mind, I've always just envisioned.
After 20 minutes, they're out, and it's not good news.
He was extremely nice.
Yeah,
but
lovely.
and he's quite honest. Where do we come from? Who are we?
Yeah,
What
we
are we
have
doing?
no history
We
whatsoever.
don't have any background. We don't have any collateral.
As
Who
expected.
are we?
Yeah. So, on the run.
With no bank records to fall back on, an overdraft is unlikely. So the family will need to use the very last of Gail's savings if they want to open in 10 days' time. Over the past 3 weeks, Steve has been working round the clock at the bar, ripping out all the old fixtures and fittings and decorating from top to bottom. But it still needs some vital finishing touches.
If the flies bother you, deal with them.
So they're on the hunt for some bargains.
Okay, they're this side.
My actual look would have been a cushion with little roses on it, but you're looking at $12 a cushion, and we've got 40 chairs.
We've looked at other ones which are thicker, but they're like twice as much, and so obviously with us being on our budget, then it works.
These cushions are kind on the wallet, saving the family €300. But will they be as kind on the derriere?
Yeah, they're fine.
Just under €177. So good.
And if we bought the ones we really wanted, it would have been about 500. Who knows when all the people come to the bar and spend their pullas and mullahs, then we'll get the luxury cushions. Adios, amigo.
home, the stallions still have cash on the mind. The success of the bar will depend on the profit from the food they serve. So tonight they're working out how much they can make from their homemade fish cake.
3 eggs in this mix, let's just say 75 cents. Flour, 25 cents. Let's say 150 for the potatoes. And the fish, probably €5 for the salmon and €5 for the cod, let's say that. Right, so what's the total amount? €10.
Yeah.
No, that's actually €12.50.
How many fish cakes are we going to get out of this?
20. Each fish cake will cost 50 cents each.
No, still not right.
Each serving will be 2 fish cakes. 10 portions out of this, okay? 10 portions.
Times by 10.
Well, no, we want to do... So we're saying 20 portions out of this.
50 cents times by 20. So this should cost us $10.
This will cost us $10, yeah.
No, still €12.50.
This costs us €10, okay, to make.
To make, yeah?
Okay, and out of that, we'll get 5 portions.
And you said 10 originally, now you say
No, okay.
The bar opening is already 2 weeks behind schedule, and if the family can't even work out basic pricing, Gail's dream of being the next Richard Branson could be slowly drifting away.
No, man, come on. You're not going to sell a starter at €3.
Marois-Sebel in the Dordogne department of the southwest of France. A small market town with a variety of traditional shops selling local delicacies. It is surrounded by some of the best countryside France has to offer. So it's easy to see why around 100 expats now live here. Among them, Alison and Richard Haylock. Alison and Richard were fed up of their old life in the chilly Scottish borders, so traded it in for a new one here.
The French like the outdoors, and I think that's part of their psyche.
We were at a picnic on Saturday and it was an absolute delight.
Richard and Alison have spent the last 5 months turning this traditional French townhouse into a 3-bed B&B. But they've never done anything like this before. So now they've invited family to stay the night to see what they're doing wrong.
I'd like to think that all my children have been brought up to speak their minds. So if I say, what do you think of this? Is it working? They're not going to tell me, yes, it is, if it isn't.
The Haylocks guest house is the only B&B in the village. It has 3 guest rooms, each with their own ensuite. 2 are now finished. Well, almost.
That's a slight problem. But what we've got to do is get a very much heavier shower head, apparently, and think about it, but I have to warn people before they get in. If you laugh at me anymore, I'm going to collapse.
Maybe next door will be better.
Now this happened to me. Now I must be an idiot, because that's twice. It's all right when you're in it, but when you're not in it... Excuse me, I'm going to go and get changed.
The Haylocks' first guests are just hours away.
And not a chance in hell of everything being done. There's still an open saw on the coffee table in there with a 3-year-old coming in. There are tools, nails, everything left there.
This is the final straight for the Haylocks.
OK, my sweet, see you soon.
But they've run out of time.
God, this place is a nightmare for young children. I'm a teacher, I'm a mother of 5, and this house is just a permanent hazard at the moment. Screwdrivers, wire strippers.
Their guinea pig guests have arrived. Today is the first time Alison has seen her son Peter since they moved to France.
It's been such a long time. I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased to see you.
And she's about to be introduced to the very latest member of the Haylock clan. 6-month-old Evie.
Oh dear.
Hi. Hi, little one. Your room's ready.
We're going to see our room. We're going to have a look.
Yeah?
Come on, man.
Oh, wow. Oh, brilliant. What do you think of the room, Noah? Do you like your room? I think it's stunning. Really nice. Yeah, done a good job. It's beautiful. Yeah, definitely. Definitely big enough for a family as well, so it's good.
It's the next morning, and after spending the night here, Alison's family have pointed out a few issues.
It's done what we wanted it to, and that it's picked up problems with the showers. Well, we knew about that, but one of them, I think, the head is leaking. The other thing is that Amy and Peter, who share a wall, reckon that they can hear each other quite clearly. So I need to talk to our builder about some soundproofing or how that can best be done. Will we take young honeymoon couples? Probably not. Let's hope all ours are late middle age and past it. And we can get them a comfortable night's sleep and a decent wash in the morning, that's all.
And the over-friendly welcoming committee is a potential problem for the B&B.
Come on, Daisy!
But Alison has a plan.
That's Hugo, trying to get in when he gets shut out. Right, which is OK, because the door's going and we'll have to think of something else. But this is my Hugo prevention device. So hopefully I might get a bit of peace.
It's a short-term solution, but with a real booking now in the diary, will this be enough to keep the dogs away from the paying public? The Costa del Sol, 160 kilometres of coastline with long stretches of beaches and rustic Spanish villages dotted within its hills. In traditional fishing towns like Fuengirola, house prices are a fraction of what they are in the UK. 150,000 euros could land you a villa with its own pool. The town is also famous for its busy marina, with a host of businesses making money from the Med. The latest expat in search of his fortune is 29-year-old Nathan Williams.
Hello.
Nathan left his old corporate life in Surrey 2 months ago and is now living in the hills above the marina. He is currently leasing this stunning 6-bed villa overlooking the harbour. It's a bit different from the semi he left in Surrey.
It's really good. We're settling in really well. Loving Spain, absolutely love it. Love the way of life, love the people, love the cost of living, which is really, really good.
Nathan's bought a fishing charter for 140,000 euros from expat Dean Hoyle and has recently applied for his captain's licence. But he's never fished these waters. So while he waits for his licence, Dean has offered to show him the ropes.
That's an engine.
Before he heads off in search of his own dream.
I've got until the 30th of June, and then I'm finished.
Couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks, yeah.
Dean's made a good living, but now he's after a new challenge and wants to work out if the Cape Verde Islands have even more to offer.
I'm looking forward to it now. Looking forward to going somewhere nice, somewhere fresh, somewhere different.
New faces, new people.
Yeah.
But before all that, he's giving Nathan a lesson on where to find Fuengirola's finest fish.
Right, that's fish there, Nathan. That's fish there on the bottom. We're heading west towards our fishing spot, right there. Let's see what's happening there. See if we can find some mackerel today. A little bit bumpy, but I think we'll find some fish.
The Med is rich pickings for fishing, with mackerel, tuna, dorada, and even the odd shark.
Fish on, fish on.
But there's an art to landing a good catch.
Nathan, other side, son. You go under the boat there, mate. Never on the wind side of the boat. Am I good at showing you what to do? Yeah. You hesitated then. You didn't say straight away, yes, did he? He went, yeah.
Nathan is now becoming more confident about his new venture.
I think I pretty much learnt most of the stuff I need to with Dean. It's mainly the fishing side of stuff. I've had boats all my life, so that's the bit I sort of know anyway.
He's a good boy. He's young, he's got plenty of enthusiasm. You know, I've got no idea what he's going to be like in the long run, the long haul of it all. But, you know, it seems that he's got plenty of energy for it. So I just hope he can see it through.
Nathan has one more lesson. But next time, he'll not just have to impress Dean, he'll have to impress customers too. It's late June in Fuengirola. The average daily temperature is 30 degrees and rising. This part of Spain enjoys 11 hours of sun at this time of year. Perfect for a day's fishing on the Med.
Boys, how are we?
It's Dean's last training session before he heads to Cape Verde, and this time there are customers on board. But today's going to be a real battle of the brands. Nathan has his new merchandise on board.
Really happy about it. Yeah, I'm just waiting for jumpers as well, but obviously don't need that at the moment, so.
Right, let's go fishing.
Really, really excited about it. Yeah, see?
The warm currents and direct access to the Atlantic means this stretch of the Med attracts a huge variety of fish all year round.
It's the last week with Dean this week, so it's a good week to get involved with as many people as I can. Quite excited, obviously.
It's why anglers flock here to experience a day at sea.
Try there, lads, for the mackerel.
Experienced Dean is well aware of the best spots to catch fish, and it's time for Nathan to put his own stamp on things.
I need to see if it fits him. Got an extra small.
After 1 year of working for Dean, Deckhand Mac has a new boss, and he has the T-shirt to prove it.
Here we go. Look at that, nice and new. It's just another step, isn't it? I've got so many steps to take before I'm there, so this is just another step in the right direction. And looks good.
And time for Nathan to put his training to the test.
Give it a few cranks up to just take the slack out of the line. If you have the thinner line, then it'll spool up, yeah. I did it the other day. Come on, fishies. Scared them off.
It's not a great start. They're now an hour in without a bite. Old hand Dean decides to stick his oar in.
If they're small little taps, don't do nothing. Wait till you get the bigger knock, bigger pull, then strike them up, okay? We catch a little fishy when the boat comes in. Any knocks, boys?
Within minutes, they catch the first fish of the day.
Oh, yeah. Oh, mate, look at the size of that one.
And a second.
Oh, that chop.
And then a third.
That one for a little one.
It's neat.
Oh, what's this?
First decent fish. Rest have all been goldfish.
Get a few more of them, be nice, really nice to eat. You'll see these in the restaurants.
I like Dean. Dean's got a great heart. He's a certain taste. He's a bit Marmite. You either love him or you hate him. He can be inappropriate. He's what people look for in a fishing charter, because you don't just want a captain that sits there and says nothing. But I think there's a fine line, and I think Dean crosses it sometimes. Come on the bottom of the boat.
Today, though, Nathan's determined not to be upstaged.
Green.
And is soon trying one of Dean's angling gags.
Got one on there, haven't you?
Never mind, Nathan. Maybe it'll work next time. Dean has now done all he can to help Nathan on his way.
So I'm really excited to actually do it, everything from scratch, if you know what I mean. Start the whole thing for myself and not have to be with Dean.
I've bugged myself a whole week because I'm so successful and I'm so good at what I do. Everyone wants to fish with Dean's charters. But now they'll have to come to Cape Verde and fish with Dean's charters. Because that's where Dean will be.
It's clear Nathan still has a lot to learn. And if he doesn't catch on soon, his business could be in real trouble.
It's impossible to teach him what I know in a couple of weeks. You can't do it. It's impossible. He's got to learn off his own back. You know, you can't. You can only teach basic stuff, and then if you don't remember it the next day, that's experience.
But at the moment, that's the least of Nathan's worries. Though he has applied for his captain's licence, it still hasn't arrived.
Back home, things aren't that quick. But you come out here and it's a whole different ball game, and things take forever. So I think unfortunately, it's taken longer than I was expecting. So things have been thrown back again.
It's just delay after delay after delay.
Dean has now handed over the business, but Nathan is unable to earn any money. His new business is stranded in the marina. A month ago, Alison and Richard Haylock invited their family to test run their B&B in the town of Mahoy-sur-Belle.
Quite like this.
It is, isn't it?
But now they are counting down to their first booking.
We are opening on Friday the doors to our very first guest, which is very exciting. We hope to open in April, and it simply hasn't happened. We haven't been able to get the work done. We have 2 really quite lovely rooms ready for guests. Almost. And we've got to take advantage of the summer market. We can't wait any longer. We really have to open our doors to the public, who I'm sure will be clamouring at it and going, let us in, let us in.
Following family feedback, Alison and Richard are making last-minute changes to room number 1.
Don't push.
They want it to be perfect for their first guest.
That's not level, is it?
It'll do. I think these lamps need swapping over the ones next door because they're red and they don't go with the pink curtains.
They go fine.
Well, we've got green ones next door. They'll be better.
Darling, I'm busy.
All right, OK.
You've asked me to do some things. You want to do some other things, that's fine, but don't stop me doing what I am doing.
Between the months of June and September, there is an average of just 5 days rainfall here, and temperatures are regularly above 30 degrees. That's almost twice the average of the UK. But this year, the area is also experiencing a heat wave, and the searing temperatures make the simplest task hard work.
Oh dear. Not good. Not a good look.
Alison is missing a few home comforts.
Normally you get somebody who comes around with a bucket and a ladder, all enterprising, and says, here, can I do your windows, love? And you say, yeah. And they charge you 40 quid and disappear.
And no B&B room is complete without a full-length mirror.
Not difficult. I need a drill. That's plasterboard.
How hard can it be to clean a window? I mean, how hard can it be?
Blimey. That's not plasterboard then.
Jury's out on that one, I would say. Well, it's better than it was.
You're right there.
The Haylocks B&B has a total of 3 ensuite bedrooms, and now room 1 is finally ready for guests.
As far as I'm concerned, it is drink o'clock, on account of the fact that it is now 6:15.
Now, at last, Alison and Richard can start earning some money.
We've only got 2 rooms ready, not the 3 that we hoped, but we'll carry on working on the 3rd room autumn and winter when it gets a bit quieter. But right now we have to maximise the market as it stands. First guest, very exciting.
In Javier on the Costa Blanca, it's a big day for the Stallion family. Today's the day their bar will open to the public.
Got to this morning and I was like, man, we're not ready. But then, you know, once I had a little reset, then it's just a case of deep clean and dress it, and then we're ready to go.
This isn't going to be the only gecko bar. They're going to be all over Spain. Maybe Italy and Portugal too.
It's 1 o'clock. The doors open in 6 hours.
Any more of these?
Yeah.
But there are some things in life you just shouldn't rush.
Whoa!
That's shocking. Turn the power off, Steve.
That was close.
He's a strong man. If it'd been me, I would have had a heart attack and been dead.
Brain nowhere this morning.
With minutes to go before opening, there's one thing every good landlady needs to learn. Pulling a pint.
Off, on, okay? Hold it like that at an angle. I'll guide you.
Are you going to get me a little stool? I'm on my tippy toes.
You see it's now starting to build?
Yeah.
He gets there and just shut it off.
And...
Okay. You're not far off, you're about a couple of mil.
Let me feel
There, look, you're actually nearly, you're bang on. There you go, now it's settled, that's bang on.
Hold on.
That's a perfect first pint.
That's
it.
How would you like the beer?
Gecko Bar and Grill is now open for business. But will any customers come to sample the newest bar in town? In Fuengirola Marina, fisherman Dean Hoyle has just sold his boat for €140,000. He wants to use that cash to try and set up in Cape Verde. The country is made up of 10 volcanic islands in the Atlantic, just 350 miles off the coast of West Africa.
It's been a nice experience for me. I've had 11 years here in the sun, drinking and a bit of partying here and there.
So he's now on the lookout for a bigger and better boat.
When I sold to the other fella, it's only 7.5, so it's a lot different size boat. It's just 10 metre boat.
Dean made a healthy profit selling his business to the other fella. That's Nathan. This new boat is up for €30,000.
In the Mediterranean, it was pretty flat all the time, but in Cape Verde, because it's the Atlantic, you get a lot of wind there, so it can be quite choppy down there, quite rough down there. I think this boat will make a good fishing boat for down there because it's stable, it's strong, it's got 2 big engines. It'll work well. It'll work well down there.
Dean plans to save cash by sailing to Cape Verde himself, so this boat needs a test drive.
As long as the engines, the motors are perfecto, no mechanical problem, then there's no problem.
If all goes well, Dean could be a step closer to waving farewell to Fuengirola forever. Things are not going so well for Nathan. He still hasn't got his captain's licence, so can't take out any customers. But he has just bought himself a beautiful villa.
It's difficult, it's challenging, it's a lot of strain and it's a lot of hard work and effort to get through it. But look at the rewards when you actually do it.
This 4-bedroomed villa in the village of Mijas has cost Nathan almost £350,000. In Waltham-on-Thames, a property of this size would be worth well over £1 million.
Kind of fell in love with it when we first walked in. It's got loads of land, this is all mine here. I could have a massive party here, no one would mind. It's great. Shame I haven't got any mates.
This house is all part of Nathan's plan to create a better life for himself and his girlfriend Lucinda.
There's no neighbours. I have no neighbours. My only neighbour is this big place here. But it's not really a neighbour as such because it's over there. In England, my neighbour would be situated here. This is the chef's kitchen, as it's called. And there's enough space to create loads of mess, which we like to do as men, don't we? This is the master bedroom. We've got a walk-in shower, his and her sinks, and a walk-in wardrobe. This is my favourite part of the house, the seating area and dining room outside as well, which is really nice because living in Spain you've got to make the most of being able to live outside more than inside, which is one of the main reasons why I wanted to move here as well, because I'm sick of being inside all the time and watching TV. I'd rather be out here watching that, which is really important for me because I need to know what the sea's doing every morning so I can let customers know if it's going to be a bit choppy and things like that and see if they want to rebook it and make their experience a bit more pleasurable than forcing them to go out in a choppy sea.
At the port, Dean is back from his test drive. But has he found the perfect boat in which to sail off into the sunset?
I took the boat out, done sea trials on her, to see if the boat's working good. The engines are fine. It's got 2 good motors in it. So I'll make him an offer on the boat and we'll see what he says.
Dean is finally ready to follow his dream of setting up on the Cape Verde Islands. Meaning, as of now, Nathan is on his own.
This is a big week for me. Not having Dean there is going to be quite scary to begin with. Having confidence in myself to know that I can get people on the fish and catch some fish is really important because that's going to come across to customers. But I feel fully confident I can do that now.
not saying nothing. He's a totally different character to me. So what he does is totally different to what I'm doing. And the way I act with my customers and play around with them and joke with them, you know, you've got to be able to switch it on and switch it off on the boat. And I do that quite good on the boat. You can't learn something like that overnight. I don't think you'd be able to do it.
It's the summer season in the French Dordogne. And Alison and Richard Haylock's first paying guest is on his way to their new B&B. He's also ordered a dinner at €25, so that means Alison has to prepare a meal.
Nearly an hour before he arrives, if he's on time. He might be early, might be late. I am so thirsty.
On top of all the pressure and stress, there's also a huge coincidence in the mix.
It turns out that I know the guy that's coming. So it's quite alarming in some ways. We've not spoken to each other for nigh on 50 years.
With their guest imminent, Alison has one final unexpected problem to solve.
The current problem is that the mattress is not secured in any way, shape or form to the bed. And it just floats on top of it and you can push it. If I was sleeping on this bed, I would feel much more secure if it were to stay still. I am tying the mattress to the bed frame with a piece of string.
We're not perfect, but we're opening for business because we want to open for business. We can't just sit around and wait till next year. We have to get going. Because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
But the time is up. Their first booking has arrived.
There's a Porsche. Eek! Julian, one-way street. Hello, mate. You've just driven down a one-way street.
So, I've arrived. What do you want?
Hello, I'm Alison. I'm very, very pleased to meet you. I've heard you have got a lot to catch up on, so tonight we'll leave you in here with Richard.
Okay.
So with plenty to talk about, it's straight to dinner.
Close.
And it's a good start. The guest has wolfed down his first course.
Julian said it's the best fish soup he's ever had. Thank you.
So on to the next. Osso buco, or veal stew with rice.
I might have overestimated the quantity. I'm so sorry, so please just leave it.
You don't have to force yourself to eat it all, I promise you.
It's Alison's first dinner service, so what does Julian think?
This is delicious.
The importance of today is huge because we came over here to run a bed and breakfast. And my confidence is quite easily dented. I'm hoping that if he's got anything negative to say, he'll feel, one, able to say it, and two, in a way that I can simply say, right, I'll put that right.
This has been a huge emotional and financial investment for Alison and Richard. But after his stay, what will Julian think of the Haylocks B&B? Nathan Williams has been on the Costa del Sol for 12 weeks, and he has fallen for his new life here.
I would dread being forced to go back to the UK. I hate the idea of having to go through job interviews.
But there's a big problem for his business. His licence still hasn't arrived, meaning he's unable to take out any customers.
Because it's peak boat season at the moment, everything takes forever. As I explained, obviously, I needed this licence for my own sakes, and to be able to, it's my livelihood, really, isn't it? So I explained the importance of it, and they didn't put me in a fast queue or anything like that, which I was kind of hoping for.
This is a major blow for Nathan. Until the licence arrives, he can't earn a penny. But he's making use of his enforced shore leave by removing all traces of the former skipper from his new boat.
I don't think Dean's cleaned the boat for a couple of years, to be honest, and the smell is implying the same thing. Musty, warm fish,
Slash warm beer.
Having already spent €5,000 on slick marketing and merchandise, it's vital that the boat lives up to the image.
It's that whole first impressions thing, isn't it?
With so many reminders, Dean is never far from Nathan's mind.
You're in it, Phil. What's up, mackerel, mackerel? Oh, be careful, you caught it.
Wow, uncanny. Meanwhile, the real Dean Hoyle has landed on the African island of Cape Verde. The Portuguese-speaking islands have become known as the paradise in the Atlantic. It takes just 6 hours to fly here from the UK, and the climate is tropical. It enjoys around 350 days of sunshine a year, with temperatures rarely falling below 25 degrees. The island of Sal is where Dean dreams of setting up a new fishing charter. But after 10 years in Fuengirola, he needs to decide whether he is ready to gamble on a new life here.
It's nice. The people are nice. They're friendly. It's quite a small island, and it's not a very big tourist area. The beaches are beautiful. The weather's good every day. Never get no rain there. I think they've had 1 day's rain in 2 years. One day in 2 years. So that's not bad.
But this is not a holiday. Dean needs to be convinced there's a market here for his fishing charter. Today, he is hooking up with tour guide Blinky to address the most pressing question: where to moor his boat.
Come on then, let's go. Let's have some fun.
Right, I'm in the back, am I?
Yeah, get in.
Right, in the back.
I'm sure you've had practice at getting your leg over. Get up.
There we go. Hey!
Over you get. So we're going to head to the west side now. We're going to go to Palmyra. This is basically the port where everything comes in with the containers.
I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah.
Because for me, it's obviously interesting. It's coming over, starting up the fishing company.
Yeah.
It would be a good thing for me to see.
Palmyra is not one of the main tourist locations, but it is busy. So Dean might want to consider keeping his boat here.
A lot of people, when it's choppy in the winter, start their boat trips from here because it's easier and safer to get on the boat.
Yeah, nice.
There's no waves or no this.
But Dean is used to a secure marina in Fuengirola and has some concerns about this remote location.
It's a local marina for local people. No working fishing boats here.
No,
and I'll be honest with
fish
you,
comes in by locals.
I wouldn't like to keep my fishing boat here.
Yeah.
I think it'd be unsafe.
Dean is not satisfied with Palmyra, so decides to visit option 2, Santa Maria, where most of the island's fish are landed.
See all the people there waiting for the fresh fish there now? See that? They bring them down in wheelbarrows. This is one of the reasons I wanted to come to this island, because the fishing is outstanding.
But could Cape Verde be a bit too relaxed for Dean?
Unlike Spain, this island's not developed yet. Spain's developed. So you've got marinas that people have put money into and built them. Here you've got no marinas. All you've got is that pontoon. And all your customers got to go on and off that pontoon. The man that owns that pontoon, that man's got you there. And if you fall out with him, you're in serious trouble, because you're not going to be able to come in and out that pontoon.
While Dean is having reservations, Blinky believes there is a market here for him and his business.
He's got character. And I think with the fishing business here, especially when it's big fishing, if you didn't catch anything, as long as you had a character on the boat, it makes a difference to your trip. So I think there is definitely room here for Dean to come and set up.
Dean enjoyed success in Fuengirola for 10 years. He's beginning to realise a move to Cape Verde may not be as simple as he first thought. Will Dean really be willing to risk his cash and his reputation on a new business in foreign waters? It's early evening in Javier on the Costa Blanca. After a 6-week renovation, Gecko Bar and Grill is finally open. The bar has been transformed from a rundown restaurant into the Stallion family's dream business.
I think what we've achieved today is amazing. I mean, yeah, OK, we're still not 100% ready, but we're open, our doors are open, and if people come in tonight, we can serve them.
And at 10 to 8, it's the moment everyone's been waiting for. A table of customers arrive at the bar.
I am proper chuffed.
And Gail can't wait to meet and greet them.
Hello.
The only problem is, they're Spanish. Spanish.
Pleasure. How do you say pleasure in Spanish? I just didn't know what to say because he spoke to me in Spanish and I thought, I don't know what to say. I said hola. I said pleasure.
It's not long before Gail is back in her comfort zone.
This is nice because you've done all this. This is different from that.
Yeah.
Are you going to be doing food?
We are. Not straight away. We're going to introduce it, within a very short time. We just want to really revamp the kitchen so that we can put some good food up.
Within an hour, Gecko Bar and Grill is bustling with customers, some locals and some tourists.
We've been here now coming up to 10 years and being honest, it's probably the best it's ever looked.
Meanwhile, 10 kilometres away, Steve's fiancée, Kelly, is home alone. 6 weeks ago, she was desperately worried, believing they'd taken on far too much. Tonight, she's in a much better place.
Steve has been there every day for the last month and a half, a month that we've had this bar. Tearing down, building up, painting, planting, doing anything and everything to make us that we could afford on our budget, to make it what we want it to be. And Mum's been there with him every step, making choices with him. So tonight's about them, and it's good.
By 10 o'clock, it seems all the hard work is paying off. Gail and Steve have taken €200. It's not a fortune, but definitely a good start.
Even though, we've given the first drink of everybody who's come through the door a complimentary sangria, caña, whatever they like, really, people have stayed to have additional drinks, which is nice. So we've made a few pennies tonight, which is actually great, and it's nice to be back actually doing this. It's a bit surreal, actually. We're now making our own money, which is brilliant.
It's been an emotionally exhausting day, but the Stallions have done it.
I think it's amazing. Decor is fantastic, the lighting.
There are quite a few different businesses that are no longer around, bars, restaurants up here. So I honestly think, there is an opening in the market here.
And it's just what we need in this part.
The Stallions are revelling in their successful opening night.
I heard you were quite the lady.
But there's still a long way to go.
It's very nice, very pleasantly laid out. It's very good. Until I heard about the prices. Prices are not going to be very popular up here. They will die a death within 6 months.
Next time.
We're in trouble.
Problems for the Haylocks.
It has hit us very, very badly.
Can this exclusive hotel
And breathe.
host a wedding without a hitch?
I've got 2.5 hours to set everything up. That's not a lot of time.
Go, 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 go.
And a big catch for Dean.
Shark, man! Tiger!
But can Spain's newest fisherman impress his customers too?
If you guys see anything, please let me know, because the more eyes, the merrier.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, England.
I think I'm full.
and begin their new lives, setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure, yes.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
On today's show,
We're in trouble.
problems for this French B&B.
It has hit us very, very badly.
Can this exclusive hotel
And breathe.
host a wedding without a hitch?
They've got 2.5 hours to set everything up. That's not a lot of time.
Go, 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 go.
And a big catch for one expat.
Shark, man. Tiger.
But will his former pupil manage to impress?
If you guys see anything, please let me know, because the more eyes, the merrier.
The Andalusian hills in southern Spain. An idyllic inland paradise. The area is renowned for its stunning countryside, with acres of olive groves producing world-famous oil. Tapas was invented in Andalusia, and there are many great tavernas serving up their own specialities. The villages boast clusters of traditional white houses reflecting the typical Andalusian architecture. And now a couple of expats have discovered its unique beauty.
Oi, oi, oi. It's quite good looking. What do you think?
Ray and Yvonne Williams left high-powered jobs in the UK to follow their dream of running this exclusive hotel in the heart of rural Spain.
What made us do it? I think because we just wanted a bit of excitement and we're not afraid of hard work. And from what we're doing now to what we were doing in the UK, our lifestyle has changed fundamentally, completely.
Ray and Yvonne have spent over €1 million creating their dreamed luxury hotel.
I've eaten at some of the top restaurants and finest eating places on the planet. If we're going to do it, we must do it properly.
It will set you back €230 a night to stay in one of the 8 individually themed ensuite bedrooms.
This forker was actually made for us, and the marble was made, the whole thing, and the sinks. Cost a fortune. If you have a vision of where you want to be and you're prepared to work hard, Spain is a wonderful country to enable you to do that.
But now the hotel is barely breaking even. So the couple are branching out into a new business, weddings.
One could argue for weddings, Ray's had a few and I've had a couple. So, you know, between us, we've got some experience of what we would want from a wedding.
I didn't want more than you.
Ray and Yvonne's new venture starts now. Rachel and James from Bolton have set their heart on this hotel for their wedding.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it,
And have arrived to finalise the details.
He'll have a path going up to a circular area there with this lovely arbour over it.
The sunset will be over there. So you'll be probably facing that way. So that the backdrop, we get the timing just right. There'll be pinks, blues, greens.
It'll be like when you proposed, James.
Yeah.
Oh, where did you?
Over there, on top of that mountain.
In a few weeks, almost 100 wedding guests will descend on the hotel.
I kind of feel that it's got everything here that I wanted for my wedding, because it's something I always wanted to do it over here. It just ticks all the boxes, really.
As you come up the stairs to come in, they'll all stand up and applaud you, and then you'll walk through. It's really lovely. Oh, I'm getting all in. I love weddings. Oh, I'm a complete emotional. Oh, definitely.
Everyone is starting to feel some pre-wedding jitters.
It is feeling exciting, but it's hard with the stress as well, because we live in England and the wedding's in Spain. I think it makes it slightly more difficult to arrange things because obviously we're not here. But I found personally that initially when you say that you're getting married, you think dress, bridesmaid dresses, catering, all the big things.
don't think
And
of the
then
little
once
detail.
they're done out of the way, you start panicking about all the smaller things that you'd not thought about. So that's what's been stressing me out. But now that we're here and we can see it all coming together, I feel a lot more relaxed.
Everybody be looking at
Oh,
you'll be
fine. You won't be.
have a brandy before.
Yeah, don't worry, you'll be fine.
With Rachel and James's big day in their hands, Yvonne and Ray are about to take a leap into the unknown.
It's not your job to stress, it's our job to
No,
stress.
that's what you're here for.
Exactly. I take all the stress, I can't sleep.
Few regions sum up the beauty of France better than the Dordogne. Steeped in history and culture, it is famed for chateau-studded countryside and picturesque market towns, serving up some of the country's finest food. Alison and Richard Haylock left the Scottish borders 8 months ago to set up a B&B.
I've got shops all around me, but I've also got peace. I've got neighbours on both sides who are absolutely lovely, and a house which actually splits itself very easily into our area and a guest area. And frankly, it couldn't be better, could it?
No, we've been very lucky. It's come out right.
The couple have turned a traditional townhouse into a 2-bed B&B. They're now hosting their first guest, and Alison is feeling the pressure.
Without having had dinner on our very first night with a guest, I have now drunk a whole bottle. Oh well.
Julian is paying almost €300 for a 4-night stay, including dinner.
That's my guess, so I'm perfectly happy with that. He couldn't possibly have eaten the bones. That is my husband's, and my husband does tend to stuff himself on nibbles and all sorts of other things, so that is not acceptable, but never mind, it doesn't matter.
Nibbles? I didn't get a single olive. What have I come in here for? White wine?
Richard, you're not going to be lucky.
Oh, because Julian's drinking white wine.
Well, he isn't, because I've drunk it.
He doesn't drink red.
We're in trouble.
So, having drunk her guest's favourite tipple...
I'm sorry.
Can the next-door neighbour help?
Hello, my darling. Do you have any white wine? Apparently our guest only drinks white wine. I didn't know that. I need white wine, not sweet. 2 bottles? You can give me a litre. I'm coming round.
Living in a small village like Mahoy certainly has its benefits. With friendly neighbours happy to come to the rescue.
Come here, Hugh.
Or maybe not.
My neighbour has given me a bottle of bottled water, which is lovely. So, yeah. Perhaps a misunderstanding on the telephone. No, I understand. I'll be okay on this.
It's all right.
Well, next time you have dinner with us, I'll make sure there's enough white wine. I'm
Don't
sorry.
worry about a thing. This is lovely.
Yes.
Not the best start.
I'm a trained teacher. I have enormous confidence in my ability to teach. I don't have that much confidence in my ability to do anything else. It's really silly. It should be better.
Well, at least you got a glass. Julian stayed 4 days at the Haylocks B&B.
I'm just going to have a look at our guest room.
It's given Alison food for thought.
I'm feeling my way to find out what works for me and what works for guests.
But how did Julian rate spending the night with the Haylocks?
When I went to bed, Alison said, "Oh, take some water up with you." At about 3 o'clock in the morning, with a bit of a heavy head anyway, I grabbed this bottle of water, and can you imagine? I took a huge swig of what I thought was going to be water, and it wasn't. It was fairly vinegary white wine, which sent me straight back to sleep again.
There we are. So that is the slightly yellow-coloured water, which really we should have noticed. Really, we should have noticed that was yellow.
Unfortunately, the wine mix-up wasn't the only issue.
I went back one day and found a dog asleep on my bed. I was not best pleased.
I have tried very hard to establish a dog-free zone, a dog-free experience for guests, because there is nothing worse than being subjected to other people's pets when you don't want to be, and we don't want that.
Despite all that, Alison and Richard get a thumbs up.
I think it's absolutely charming. It's everything that you look for in the Dordogne. It was a touch of Fawlty Towers about it. And Richard will make a very good John Cleese. But no, it was very comfortable, and I wish them both the best of luck.
But with more guests booked, can the Haylocks improve their service?
White wine.
The Costa del Sol, the coast of the sun, with long stretches of beaches and traditional Spanish villages dotted within its hills. A 3-bed villa with a pool and sea view can cost as little as €150,000 here. Nathan Williams left the rat race in Surrey to buy a fishing charter in Fuengirola, swapping a stressful commute for a new job virtually on his doorstep.
I haven't got an issue with driving for 20 minutes, especially as their traffic is about 70 cars and that's it. Whereas on the M25 it's 7,000 cars, so it's a big difference. Yeah, it's a nice way of life. I really enjoy it.
But 12 weeks in, and he still hasn't been able to take out any customers because of delays in receiving his captain's licence.
The licensing is definitely the biggest challenge because the Spanish out here don't like paperwork. So I've waited over a month for something that should have been 3 days.
Despite that, he's making good use of his time by giving the boat a deep clean.
A roll that must have been in there for God knows how long. Old caps. Tainted with sweat, let's get rid of those. Old Dean's Charter clothing. Let's get some bins.
At least Dean's left a few useful things behind too.
These are all getting chucked from trucking. We need 15 rods max, and he's got 15. $42.
After 2 days of scrubbing, Nathan's happy with his boat. All he needs now is a licence.
Hello. Perfect. Have a good afternoon. Bye-bye. Good news. That was Dawn from the MTA, the head of the MTA. She said that we should get our paperwork at the end of next week. So that's the last step. So there's fingers crossed that I'll be able to take people out, not next week, the week after.
The previous owner of Nathan's business is now 2,000 miles south on the Cape Verde Islands. Off the coast of West Africa, the islands have fantastic white beaches and year-round sun. It's fast becoming a package holiday hotspot, and Dean wants the slice of the tourist market.
Banana rides, bike rides.
So he's come to the island of Sal to see if setting up here is an option.
That's the beach fisherman. Does the beach fishing. I haven't met him yet.
Local tour guide Blinky's convinced he could make the move here.
There are obviously 1 or 2 boats that are already doing it here, but we could do it in another boat, especially with someone like Dean, because he's got character. So I guarantee there is definitely room for him to set up here, for sure.
Dean's tempted by the catch here on Cape Verde, but he needs to know the business will pay. To get the lowdown on the laws, he's visiting a local successful fisherman.
Hello. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Fine.
Good?
Fine, thanks.
OK. I've just sold my company in Spain. I had it there for 11 years, fishing there, and now I've just sold it. So that's why I'm coming here, because the fishing here is good. Is there any advice or pointers you can give me?
See, now for the charter fishing,
Only with one, it's possible, one Cape Verdean people.
I never knew this. So for me to start a business here, I have to involve a Cape Verde person.
Yes.
Huh? It's local. No easy. How do I find one person, Cape Verde, you can trust?
It's very, very difficult for you.
It's crazy.
Dean has no idea where to find a local deckhand he could rely on. This could be a major setback.
I definitely think there's a market for Dean's charter fishing here. Similar to what I've done with the charter fishing company in Spain. I think there's a market for it, I think there's an opening for it. But the only trouble is getting my business up and running. That's the problem. I don't want to come here and start a business and then fail. So I've got to be 100% sure in my head that I'm going to come here and start a good business.
Villanueva del Rosario, a typical white Spanish pueblo, or village, nestled in the heart of rural Spain. The village is only 35 minutes from Malaga Airport, but the peace and serenity of these hills feels a world away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. It enjoys hot sunny days between June and September, with highs of around 35 degrees and virtually no rain. So it's a perfect place for expats Ray and Yvonne to begin a new business, offering dream weddings in stunning surroundings. They need this new venture to generate extra income for their boutique hotel.
It's under control. Looks like a bit chaos at the moment, but everything's coming together.
But there's been some bad news. Yvonne's just learned that her mother has passed away back in England.
It's quite a difficult one, really, because, you know, you've got somebody's happiest day of their life coming up, which you're planning and organising and doing the big responsibility thing for. And at the same time, you've got the phone's rung and your mum's died. And so you want to be back in England supporting your dad, and you can't. So the only thing to do, and my mum would be proud of me for doing it, is to get on with it.
In a few hours, almost 100 guests from Bolton will descend on this exclusive and intimate hotel. Never before have Yvonne and Ray hosted such a big event.
We need to make sure it works.
That's easily dealt with.
Yeah, OK. If you could do that.
The ceremony and wedding breakfast are in the hands of the wedding planner.
They'd like Rachel to start having her makeup done fairly soon. She's having her nail repaired.
But this is Yvonne and Ray's business. They're charging €10,000 for today, so it must be flawless.
No, you haven't got to worry about anything. Off you go.
Right,
Going
so
down to
I'll
the bar.
explain this to you.
You're just looking after the bar. Okay.
I'm Mr. Carrier. Okay.
No, you're Mr. Get out of the way bar.
As Yvonne stays inside to be at the beck and call of Rachel, Ray is manning the bar.
So we've got 4 barrels of beer.
But Ray's used to serving fine wine to his guests. This is going to be a totally different experience.
Apparently, Jagermeister is the in drink. I remember when it used to come in a sort of a holster, and you just had it as a digestive. I think we got 4 bottles of this.
In a couple of hours, the ceremony will begin, and the venue is nowhere near ready. The terraces need decorating and the tables to be laid. But it's the hottest part of the day, and no one's in a rush.
It's all right. They haven't got that long though, because they've all got to be ready by 6:30, and they've got to have the Kia Royal ready, lemonade and beer. I think they've got 2.5 hours to set everything up. That's not a lot of time.
But finally, the caterers and bridal party get stuck in, and the terraces begin to take shape.
What's in here? Shoes. bridesmaid shoes.
Meanwhile, inside, Yvonne has the daunting job of checking all the wedding outfits.
I had all this organised. I don't know what's happened. I think somebody's come in and disorganised everything. Like the boys' shirts are up there. They've all been ironed, pressed, and well, hopefully she's kept them all nice. They were all pressed.
It's 6 p.m. The glasses are charged. And now the guests are starting to arrive.
And breathe.
It's the moment Yvonne and Ray have been waiting for.
I want to go the extra mile and a half, 3 miles, whatever, to make her day a very, very special occasion. And I know it will be. It will be wonderful. It'll be just... I get all tingly thinking about it.
Yvonne and Ray have done all they can. There's no turning back for anyone. The only B&B in the village of Maroy-Sabel has been open for 2 weeks now.
Oh, goodness, that's nice.
Is that nice?
Oh, what? Wow. That is something else. À vos souhaits.
Though Alison and Richard are loving their new life, business is hardly booming. They've only had one guest. They must pull in some punters. So ex-salesman Richard is on a publicity push in Brantôme, a town 20 minutes south of Maroy.
So here we are, overlooking kayakers going down the River Dron in very, very warm conditions.
Often called the Venice of the Dordogne, the town sits on the Dron, a sheltered river making it popular for both boats and canoe trips. The town's medieval architecture and famous abbey attracts tourists throughout the year. But Richard's not looking for holidaymakers today. He has a cunning plan to target the local estate agents.
They have property in Maroy for sale. Therefore, by definition, they will have people visiting Maroy that need somewhere to stay. And how many places are there in Maroy to stay? 1!
But can Richard's new language skills seal this deal?
Monsieur, comment ça va? Nous avons une chambre d'hôte à Maroy, si vous en avez besoin.
Bien sûr. Des fois, nous avons des clients qui demandent ces chambres d'hôtes sur le secteur ou des hôtels pour les accueillir quand ils viennent pour chercher une maison. Donc, au contraire.
Merci, monsieur. C'est tout, n'est-ce pas?
Pour moi, c'est bon.
Et vous avez un téléphone qui vous...
Oui, mais ils vont laisser un message. Il n'y a pas de problème.
Merci. Au revoir.
Très bon, Richard. He's not lost his sales patter, even in French.
Alison is just as persuasive as I am and would have made a very good salesperson, but her French is not that terrific.
I really, really must learn French because I'm still not really able to converse, and that's not good enough. That's not good enough by any standards, certainly not by my own. So a big effort is now about to be made on my part in order to improve this.
In a bid to boost her French, Alison's having lessons from her neighbour, Catherine.
Nous mangeons le petit déjeuner.
Non. Plus tard, on va le faire après. Attends. Là, tu es obligé de mettre le E.
Charming.
No, I'm not with you. You have to do it in English.
Oh dear.
Tu prends les verbes les plus compliqués.
Oui, très compliqué.
She's willing to learn. Yes, but French is quite difficult. So, and she always asking questions with particular things in grammar. So it's hard to explain.
We concluded that the difficulty was the fact that I understand English grammar, and if I didn't, it would have been a perfectly straightforward lesson. So I think I'm a bad pupil.
On the Costa del Sol, it's a big day for Nathan Williams. After months of waiting for his licence, he's now officially open for business.
I've just bought the business of a guy called Dean, yeah. Have you been out with him, have you?
No, I was going to go out, but I never...
Oh, you never got round to it? Oh, OK.
Hi, guys. You all right?
Nathan can finally take customers out. He hopes for a big catch.
Hold on to the roof, just mind your head.
White marlin, tuna, mahi-mahi. You catch sharks doing this as well. So really, it's just what's out there on the day.
This is Nathan's first day of work in his new job. A world away from his old life working in a large corporation in Surrey.
Chalk and cheese, massive difference. I actually enjoy it, which is makes a big difference in your working day if you're actually enjoying it.
Nathan thinks he has a great spot to drop anchor.
Right, guys, we've seen some really good activity over there. You look, the birds are hitting the water, just to sort of here, see the birds.
Now his customers can begin to fish. Nathan's not the only one spending the day at sea. Dean Hoyle, the man who sold Nathan his business, is continuing his fact-finding mission on the Cape Verdean island of Sal.
How are you doing, mate?
Good, mate. How are you?
Morning. Nice to see you.
And you, mate, and you.
Today, for the first time in years, he's not the man at the helm.
She's swimming out like this. Get away from me! Wait for me!
He's heading off for a recce trip of the Atlantic with local fisherman Carlos.
It's nice having someone else to do the work, and normally I'm doing it.
The fishing in Cape Verde is some of the best in the world, and Dean's a natural.
Fish on! Fish on!
Whoa, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, 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 go. Feels like a tuna.
Eh?
I think tuna.
Maybe.
Feels like it.
Tuna, 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 tuna.
Here he comes.
Yellowfin tuna.
Perfecto, perfecto. Dinner tonight.
It's a great start for Dean. But over on the Costa del Sol, things are not going quite so well.
And look at all the splashing. There's tuna everywhere, mate.
An hour into his charter, and not one of Nathan's customers' rods has so much as twitched.
I mean, if a fish bites, it's pretty obvious, is it? Or... You hear the ratchet going, or you see the rod going like that. I'll take the rod.
But then, one of the rods springs into action. What will it be?
New type of fish we've got here. Seaweed.
Oh, great catch. This isn't the fishing experience that Nathan's customers were hoping for. But he's determined to put a positive spin on things.
But this is a really pleasurable way of fishing, isn't it? Because you can socialise, chat, drink, and then suddenly all hell breaks loose and you've got a fish going off.
Like this, you mean?
Fish on! Fish on!
Pull it, pull it, pull it, pull it.
Whoa!
Team Nathan may not be seeing much action, but in Cape Verde, Dean appears to have hooked something huge.
Yeah, this is big. Maybe a blue shark? I don't know. It looks like. Pull it up.
Fish is swimming very fast. It's swimming back, back, back.
Fish is doing his job.
Yeah.
And the man is trying to do his.
Yeah, and the fish is doing better at the moment.
Come on, Dean! Back in Spain, what are you looking for?
Fish.
Things don't appear to be getting any better.
If you guys see anything, please let me know, because the more eyes, the merrier. There's a bagfish.
Nathan's learning that the fishing business isn't as easy as he thought, or as simple as his mentor made it look.
False alarm.
Time for Plan B. Free drinks all round.
Do you guys want a drink? Well, help yourselves. Well, with Dean, you would have got warm, rusty ones. And his thinking behind it was that if they were warm and rusty, you guys won't drink them, so he doesn't have to buy beer. The word tight comes to mind. That's where we differ.
He may not have been the host with the most, but Dean knows how to pull things out of the drink.
Shark, man! Tiger!
Yeah, woo!
Tiger shark.
Tiger shark. Tangled in the line.
Oh, this is a big one. This is a nice one. This one attacks, even if he's not angry, he attacks anyway.
What do you think size is this? 100 kilos?
200 and something kilos.
That's okay. See there?
There he goes.
But we got him.
The shark manages to break free and swims away, but it's still a good result.
43 minutes.
43 minutes. 43 minutes. to bring up a tiger shark of about £400. This is a typical example of fishing in areas like this where you don't know what you're going to catch. There's no way of predicting what's going to take your lure, because you got tiger sharks, you got marlin, you got wahoo. There's so many different species that can take that when you're trawling. It's unbelievable, and that's just a prime example.
In Spain, after 5 hours at sea and not a single bite, Nathan calls it a day.
It's good. I think people have enjoyed themselves. It's a shame about the lack of fish, but that's all I'm here to try and do, is to have people enjoy the afternoon. Really no fish, but great. Nice boat, nice crew, nice people. That's all you can ask for, isn't it?
Nathan has a lot to learn. If he can't turn things round, he could be heading back to his 9-to-5 life. Over the past week, Dean has proved he has what it takes to fish the Atlantic.
Perfecto.
Ah.
But will it be enough to convince him to move to Cape Verde?
There you go, mate.
Oh, Carlos.
The fish that 2 hours ago was swimming.
Oh, mate, that's beautiful. Look at that.
He's on your dish now.
What more can a man ask for? Thank you very much, Carlos.
You're welcome, sir.
You're a diamond, you're a diamond. You're a good man. Thank you, sir. Lovely jubbly.
Best fish 3 hours ago caught on my plate.
It's the summer in the Dordogne. Following a publicity drive, Alison and Richard Haylock have welcomed more customers to their new B&B. But they are now coming to terms with a big setback.
We have had 2 bookings. They came fairly quickly. Second couple came for 1 night, made a point of shaking hands with us both and saying what a pleasant stay they'd had. And then we had, out of nowhere, a negative review. And I think this has hurt us both because the points that were criticised, one of them was cleanliness. And we have worked our socks off to get this place clean. Was it your bathroom? It can't be. It was scrubbed from top to bottom. Your beds were clean, your room was clean, the dining room was clean. Can you please tell me which bit wasn't clean? But I think from that and from the fact that they said we weren't finished, I think it has hit us very, very badly. I think if we look at the points that were raised.
Alison and Richard need to draft a response to the bad review to try and salvage their reputation.
So we provide a brand new, clean, comfortable double bed.
And if you want to stay in Maroi, it costs you €85 because we're the only people in Maroi with bed and breakfast.
As novice B&B owners...
Got it out my system writing it.
Yes.
Alison in particular is finding it hard not to take this criticism personally.
Richard's an ex-salesman. To him, he says, would you like to buy this? People say no. He says, next person will say yes. I'm not like that. If I say, would you like this to buy this? And somebody says no, I go, oh, what did I do wrong? How did I put it wrong? I've got this all wrong. And so, you know, I've got to toughen up in the emotional attitude. I've got to change for that.
I'm very sorry that they were disappointed. I'm also very sorry that they didn't raise it with us personally before they left. However, the other guests we've had have made no such negative comments, and we have had other guests, and we're about to have some more.
So the job of bringing this B&B up to scratch starts now. Today, it's the decor. But with only €150 to spend, being thrifty will be key.
We still need a dressing table, or 2. We need a hall table. Did you bring your tape measure?
Yes.
Right. We need some more pictures, and I want some dog blankets. So that's quite a shopping list, really, isn't it?
It is.
Another day, more shopping. Oh, joy.
France is a second-hand shopper's paradise. Almost every town has a brocante selling a whole range of French antiques and unique knickknacks at knockdown prices. This shop sells anything from tribal ornaments and china dolls to lighting and all manner of electrical goods.
Oh dear. Not that one. I would, I mean, that is sold, but the size of that is something that I do want. Husband, Alison, 1 whippet, 2 whippet, Dalmatian if necessary. Perfect size.
Ooh, cosy. But a sofa's not on Alison's shopping list today.
We've got an old house and it's got a miscellaneous collection of furniture in, and I've got an awful lot of walls that I'd rather people didn't focus on the walls, so we can cover them up with pictures.
Not sure that's an improvement. Or that.
Nah.
Oh, the dogs might like that.
Yes.
With prices of around €3 or €4 per picture, these will be an economical short fix for their B&B.
Bonjour, monsieur.
But can Alison get the prices down even further?
Alors 18, le tout, on va vous faire 15 euros. 15 euros le tout.
12.
Le tout c'est 18. Le tout. Donc je vous propose 15 euros à la place de 18.
D'accord.
Voilà. Voilà.
I've just been out-haggled completely. Merci,
Voilà.
monsieur.
Well, €15 for 5 framed pictures is still a bargain. But with the next guests booked in, will any of this land them a good review? It's the height of summer in the beautiful Andalusian hills. And there's an air of excitement around Ray and Yvonne's boutique hotel. They've spent months helping bride-to-be Rachel plan her big day in a foreign country.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, it's gorgeous. Cool. Yes. Oh, yes. Isn't that beautiful?
Look at the back as well.
Wow. Oh, it's lovely.
So I've got all embroidery on the back.
Oh, it's stunning. To be the only person outside of her family and her guests that's seen the dress, I just felt that was really special. It was a very special moment for me to see that beautiful dress. She'll look lovely in it.
Over 80 guests have been invited for the ceremony and a 3-course wedding breakfast. So the pressure is on.
A little girl passed out. The heat. She's fine. She's fine. Her mum's with her and she's fanning her down.
It's 7 p.m. Time for the guests to take their seats. And for the groom to take his place. The moment everyone's been waiting for is finally here. This has been a year in the making for Yvonne and Ray, and they're in the wings to witness Rachel tie the knot.
We have gathered here for the marriage of Rachel and James. On their behalf and of their families, we welcome all of you and warmly thank each of you for your presence here today.
Quite emotional to see, you know, people getting married in your garden.
It is now my joyful responsibility to acknowledge your union as husband and wife.
Oh, it was very pretty. I think it was really a nice gathering, and under the palm tree, it just makes a beautiful setting.
For the very first time, I give you Mr. and Mrs. James and Rachel Taylor.
I am a big son.
You cried all the way through our wedding.
I did.
Probably what you knew what you were letting yourself in for.
Yeah, tears of...
Tears of, oh my God, what have I done?
No. I thought the bridesmaids were looking good.
The ceremony has gone without a hitch, much to Yvonne and Ray's relief. And now the celebrations can begin. Meaning Ray has to get down to the bar.
I got the speeches and the dinner, then we've got to lay out all the bar with the glasses because they'll all come tearing down here, demanding their drinks.
But the guests still have to eat, so Ray is making the most of the calm before the storm.
I think I deserve a beer, don't you? Shall I have a beer? Cheers.
But back at the hotel,
Sí, bueno, la ceremonia, o posible en aseos.
Yvonne is finding it much harder to relax.
I will have a quick look at the tables because I haven't seen them. I'm sure it looks beautiful, but I just want to go and have a quick look, make sure they turn the fountains on, because they may not have done.
The hotel's Alhambra walled garden has been transformed for the wedding breakfast, prepared by the caterers.
Oh, wow. Oh, that looks amazing. Doesn't that look beautiful? Oh, that is just so pretty.
But it's still not perfect.
They've put the umbrellas up this side, and that's the side that's going to have the sun. They should have asked me for the light, because this is shadow now, and that will have full sun. And they've got all the umbrellas up this side and not that side. Never mind.
When she's in the zone, she'll stay away. Because it's so easy to ask for something at just the wrong moment.
With the dining area perfected, the food is served. Caterers have made a 3-course wedding breakfast for the guests. And Yvonne has made a special dish for the children.
You can call them goujons. And they're all hand done, so it's all free-range chicken, coated in egg and breadcrumbs. So literally, they were made 10 minutes ago. They look good enough to eat, don't they?
And now Ray and Yvonne can breathe a huge sigh of relief.
This hasn't been necessarily the easiest in terms of organisation, but we've managed, and in the end, you know, it's turning out lovely. Asked me at 5 o'clock in the morning after the disco and the 1 o'clock sandwich bar whether it's all gone well.
And as night falls, the party begins. And Yvonne can finally let her hair down.
Definitely get the old hips going.
Master Bafer, boss.
But with a hotel full of wedding guests drinking into the early hours, will Yvonne still be smiling in the morning? Next time, a disaster in the kitchen.
Oh my God,
Can the newest bar in Javier run a successful service?
If we don't get our food right, it could really close us.
Can Yvonne and Ray handle a packed paella party?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It has been quite stressful today. We're very tired. We've only had 2 hours sleep. It's all part and parcel.
And the thespians bringing drama to Bordeaux.
And again.
But will a new baby scupper all their plans?
We fail or we float together. It is all hands on deck.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye England.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong, Al?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
We're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show, a disaster in the kitchen.
Oh my God, I'm gonna...
Can the newest bar in Javier run a successful service?
We don't get our food right. It could really close us.
Can this top-end hotel handle a packed paella party?
It has been quite stressful today. We're very tired. We've only had 2 hours sleep. It's all part and parcel.
And the thespians?
And again.
Bringing drama to Bordeaux. But will a new baby scupper their plans?
We fail or we float together. It is all hands on deck.
Javier in southern Spain. With year-round sun and crystal clear waters, it's the jewel on the Costa Blanca. It's also much cheaper to live here than in the UK. A 3-course meal for 2 costs just €35 or £24. So it's easy to see why so many expats call this home. Steve Stallion, his fiancée Kelly and mother-in-law Gail have been in Javier for 2 months now, chasing their dream.
You feel like you've got a good life, and that's what I think is important to us, and that's what we always strive for, is a good workplace, you know, like being able to have a family business gives you that freedom, but then also having a place where we live, where, you know, we can, like on our day off, go to the beach.
The family have just opened their new bar and grill, Gecko. But after busting a gut to open, some locals were not impressed.
Prices are not going to be very popular up here. They will die a death within 6 months.
It's the morning after opening. Steve and Gail are coming to terms with their feedback.
Value for money is basically what we need to be. So really good quality at competitive pricing. So we want to go and have a look around locally and just sort of see where they're at. We will just go and have a little nose around and sit and have a little drinky poo.
We're going on our pub crawl. We're going to do some costing the hard way.
Javier is a tourist hotspot with dozens of bars and restaurants catering for a variety of tastes and budgets. So Gail and Steve need to make sure Gecko is competitive.
These are recommendations, and then you know what you've got is you've got your Vino de la Casa, which is the Botella, £9.50. Yeah.
How much
so
per
under
glass?
10, and then £1.80 a copper.
A what?
A copper glass.
That's quite cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's the Vino de la Casa.
That's about £1.30 for a glass of house wine. Much cheaper than the UK and cheaper than Gecko too.
Tastes that. Quite fruity, I must say. It's nice.
They only do that by the glass, everything else is by the bottle.
Okay.
With the house wine sorted...
Did you take the name of that wine? I want to pass the bottle.
It's a short walk to the next bar.
Uno sangria. Gage, vodka.
How much is it?
$4.80.
$4.80 for a tot. Yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to go for a red label.
So draft sangria and a coffee for Steve, whiskey and soda for Gail. But how will these prices compare to Gecko?
The espresso's well cheap. I mean, espresso's €1, which is like dirt cheap.
We're here.
Well, just generally dirt cheap. I mean, we can't afford to do cafe solo for €1. So the sangria, and they're charging €4.20 for that. I was only going to do ours at $4.50 or $4.75.
How much did we pay for the whiskey?
€5.
Steve and Gail have had a wake-up call. They need to lower their prices. But with their combined experience, they're certain they'll make it work.
He has the expertise, gosh, is that whiskey doing?
What it's meant to?
In this business, really. You do. I have other expertise. It's
drinking it.
But Gecko will never survive selling drinks alone. They are going to have to organise a food menu too. And with the summer holidays just 4 weeks away, it's vital they move quickly, or else the busy tourist season will simply pass them by. Bordeaux, southwest France. Set on the banks of the River Garonne, this elegant city recently bagged the title of Europe's best destination. Thanks to its graceful streets and squares boasting theatres, fine art galleries, excellent restaurants and stylish shopping. It's now home to 16,000 British expats enjoying the cosmopolitan culture. Until last year, Stephanie and Connor Irwin were jobbing actors in London's Theatreland. But when they got married in Bordeaux, they fell in love with this city. 4 months later, they said goodbye to the rat race and bonjour to a new life.
We decided, okay, right, we're going to start having children. Do we want to raise them in a busy, big city like London?
Just found Bordeaux and the Aquitaine in general is such an incredible part of France.
Steph and Connor have landed jobs teaching English, but it's not what they're here for. They have a dream. They want to set up a theatre school for aspiring actors in Bordeaux.
There's a lot of culture here. They've got an opera house, they've got lots of little small theatres, but they don't have any theatre training as such. That it's missing that element that I think there's a gap in the market here, so I'm just going to pursue that, and that's basically my dream.
Steph already speaks French, so the workshops will be bilingual. But this will be the first time Steph and Connor have worked together. Things could be about to get interesting.
Steph is a very determined person. She can be a bit stubborn.
No.
A bit difficult.
Don't believe every word he says.
There's a lot of compromise, let's put it that way.
On my part. I let him think he's my boss. Not really. We're equal partners. So we basically, we fail or we float together. It is all hands on deck. It's going to work.
It will work, it will work.
But there's an added complication. Steph is 7 months pregnant. They plan to set up a new business and have a baby, all in the next 2 months.
Merci. Here's the workshops. I'll have the kid in a sling or whatever and just like walk around breastfeeding all day.
The baby is due in 8 weeks. But Steph and Connor have ambitious plans to stage their first drama workshop in just a month's time. So they need to find a suitable space. Dance teacher Audrey is prepared to let her studio.
This is really good because it's not too big.
To secure the space, they need to fork out €600 before they've made a single cent.
C'est 2 chèques, hein?
Oui, là, les chiffres.
Nobody I know actually uses textbooks anymore. But in France, they're still a big deal.
And there's a mountain of paperwork to sign.
Brilliant. La bureaucratie française, hein?
Oh!
Wow.
Je peux te faire ça super plus simple.
French love paperwork. Ok, alors merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Super.
À très vite.
Oui, à bientôt. Merci. Once you book the theatre, once you book the space, there's no going back.
Yeah, exactly.
So we've paid the deposit, we've put the money down, July 18th, no matter what, we will be here. So we've got 5 weeks to get a handful of willing participants. And
I'm nervous. I'm quite nervous. I know I'm very optimistic underneath, but I'm quite nervous. I'm just a bit nervous. Let's get flying, I suppose.
A new country, a new business and a new baby. It's going to be a dramatic few weeks in Bordeaux.
Something's going to arrive in a few weeks that is going to entirely change our lives. So even more reason why the business really has to work, because it's not just us we have to think about anymore. It's a family.
Yeah, exactly.
Villanueva del Rosario is a hidden treasure nestled in the heart of Andalusia. A stone's throw from the stunning El Torcal National Park, the limestone hills here provide a spectacular backdrop for this quaint village, with its tiny cobbled streets and traditional white houses. Set amongst the olive groves is this stunning boutique hotel. It's run by Yvonne and Ray Williams, who left high-powered jobs in the UK and sunk over €1 million into their dream of running a luxury hotel.
I have a I'm very strong on attention to detail, as a lot of people pick up when they stay here. Everything colour coordinates, even the tissue box.
Just half an hour from the coast, this region really is the heart of Spain. And money in these parts goes a long way. A 3-bed country house can be snapped up for less than €200,000, giving you the chance to live in one of the most spectacular parts of Spain.
It's completely different. You can't compare life here with life in the UK. There's no way in the world we could afford to live in a place like this in the UK.
But though life is great, the business is only just breaking even. So Yvonne and Ray are now hosting weddings, and just yesterday put on a do for almost 100 Brits. The wedding was a huge success. But now it's the next morning, and it's time to pick up the pieces from the night before.
It's your home, and we've chosen to share our home with lots of people because we think it's a unique home to share, and that's the price you pay.
But the show must go on.
Where that energy came from, I have no idea.
Tidying up after yesterday's wedding isn't the only thing on their plate today. Yvonne and Ray are now hosting a traditional paella party for the wedding guests.
They've got a potato, mustard and chorizo salad, and a pasta with tuna fish, a green salad, couscous with Mediterranean vegetables and feta cheese, and a tomato and onion salad.
Today, Yvonne is in charge of all the cooking.
It has been quite stressful today. We're very tired. We've only had 2 hours sleep. And there's a lot to do. Plus, from the bar during the day, they've all been here all day. And they leave everything everywhere, so you have to keep going around tidying up. So, I mean, they're on holiday, and that's what you expect. It's all part and parcel. If you couldn't clear up somebody's mess, you wouldn't be doing this job.
Soon, the pool area is full of hungry guests, tucking into Yvonne's starter. But there's a problem. Within minutes, the starter has run out. So groom James and his friend have come to find out what's gone wrong.
I apologise, but I bet a quarter of a portion and shared it with a friend.
No,
some people are eating as well, people who've paid for it. There wasn't 50
but the people that have paid for it should eat. I put out.
There's not 50.
I put out 59 plates though.
The plates are fine. There's just not the food. It's one plates. That's the issue.
The plates are not there. They've had 59 plates go out.
But they're not been a full portion on them plates.
It's only a starter. Side salads.
That's fine then.
Paella to come.
That's fine then.
Well, at least that's sorted.
They didn't realise it was a starter. They thought it was all they were going to get, despite the fact they're coming to a paella party.
There was no paella on the table there, and they can see it being cooked. Peace has been restored.
Peace has been restored.
This has been an emotionally gruelling weekend. And as Ray leaves to head back to the UK for a meeting...
See you later.
See you Friday.
Yvonne is left to ponder their future in the wedding business. In Javier, on the Costa Blanca, the Stallion family are getting to grips with the pressures of living and working together. Kelly Steve and his mother-in-law Gail moved from Plymouth 2 months ago.
Oh, the glorious life of living in Spain, I tell you.
Oh, watch your glass, Kelly.
Sun, sea, washing up every day. That reminds me, I've got a load of washing up. What were you doing, woman?
What I do best.
You were doing this, weren't you? Steve, take her away. She's winding me up. Mother!
They are living in this traditional Spanish villa with a pool, which they're renting for just €700 a month. For that amount, they'd only be able to afford a small terraced house back home.
This is my room, and just look at the view. The sea is over there,
outside my window. I sleep like this at night. I love it. I love this room. The pool is there. We're all together. We live together. It's great. I feel like I'm back home. I feel like I'm back where I belong because I love England and it is the country of my nationality, but this is where to be. I'm telling you.
The Stallions are hoping their new bar will fund their new life. So far, they've only been serving drinks. Now they're branching out into food, and that will make or break the bar. So today, it's time to buy supplies.
I don't see a price on this. Oh, there, $3.95.
Like the most important thing for me
Quality
and
over
for us. Quality is everything. So that's why we've been trying so hard we've been shopping around so hard to make sure that we get the stuff that we're happy with, which I know is the right quality.
Can we have a kg, please?
Steve plans to serve high-quality meat.
They've just been made.
Just be made delicious.
But there are no guarantees this posh nosh will go down well with the customers.
If we don't get our food right, it could really close us, I reckon, because people want food.
Let's take them all.
Nice to, yeah.
But yeah, I feel very stressed about it. I just don't like to talk about it. I just go,
Thank you very much. Have a lovely weekend.
Back at the bar, and it's finally time for Steve to see if his customers will share his passion for fine food.
I'm not a chef, but I love to cook, and I think I can do a good job of putting out this style of food that we want to do.
Steve and Gail both hope Gecko will soon have a reputation for serving the best food in Javier.
I would like to think they'd come up for a nice steak. It'll be 1, 2, 3. The word will get around. If you want a good steak, go to the Gecko Grill.
It's 6 o'clock and the first orders are coming in.
My cheese and tomato and a ham and cheese.
But it seems the customers' palates are not as posh as Steve hoped for.
Wonderful.
What, toasties?
Like your style.
The customers do too.
I made them a cheese and onion toastie, and they're like, oh my God, it's amazing. When we wrote our menus, I never put toasties on there, but they're really popular.
They're quite nice when it goes with drinking.
Just because they're cheap and easy to do, that's why people like it.
Absolutely. Cheese and tomato with a ham, $2.75. Are you happy with that?
Perfect.
Cheap food is going down a storm, and if you can't beat them...
What are the kiddies having?
I said, just pick up some cheap ham. Because we've got this really nice ham. I said, just get the cheap ham,
But this really is not the gastronomic experience Steve was aiming for.
Well, I think that our clients' needs are very different here to what we expected. Definitely from what I expected. And that's the thing that we've had to adjust to more than anything. I know what's going to happen. I'm going to end up hating toasties.
The big question is, will Steve ever be able to tempt the tourists away from their toasties? Bordeaux. It has everything a big city needs. For ex-Londoners Steph and Connor Irwin, it's a perfect place to bring up a family.
I love London. London's a fantastic city, but in London it's very much about you're working, you're living to work, and it's all about work. And
here, the pace is just more chilled. They just value things, or their priorities are slightly different in the way they work, and that comes through in the way they raise their kids, they take their time.
Steph and Connor plan to set up a bilingual theatre school. The first workshop is only 4 weeks away, but they don't have a single booking. They need to get the word out on social media. But they've woken up to a major problem. There's a power cut.
this is what happens when you live in a house that's a building that's 250 years old. No, there's nothing there anyway. No. I don't know. Oh, actually, there's a box in here as well.
We do everything online, so when you lose the internet or you have any problems with electricity, it's just a total pain. So, yeah, you basically just need to stalk your landlord.
Our today is going to be a bit of a a setback because we needed to get online to get things done and email people and stuff?
Yeah. I'm too pregnant to care right now.
Time for plan B. They're going to have to put the legwork in, dropping flyers around town.
So for now, it's business card size and the little flyers, and then we'll add posters to that shortly. So there you go.
The Queen once called Bordeaux the very essence of elegance.
Juste les flyers. Merci.
Its graceful streets are home to a variety of trendy art shops and impressive theatres.
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
We have some flyers for our drama workshop that we're just going to leave here.
Okay.
Perfect. One side is English and one side is French.
Okay.
Okay, merci beaucoup. Merci. Au revoir.
There are only a few high-rise blocks in Bordeaux. It's part of the city's charm, but this means the streets are sprawling. And after just an hour, Steph is exhausted.
I'm quite pooped. Trying to organise stuff yourself when you haven't got internet, or when the weather's a bit kind of humid but wet, and no electricity. There's just a combo of things today which are a bit frustrating. Kind of got to get to grips with how immobile you become when you're pregnant.
But with the workshop in just 4 weeks and no confirmed students, this is not good news for Steph and Connor's new business.
It's great, but yeah, the bump's I'm getting a bit sick of it now, I have to say. I just feel like an Oompa Loompa, and yeah. And in France, everyone's so glamorous, and now I just want cake and ice cream and a bath. And yeah, that's about it for now.
That should keep you quiet for a while.
It's been 6 weeks since Ray and Yvonne Williams held their first big wedding bash at their exclusive hotel. And they've been thinking hard about their future in the wedding business.
We've got to feel comfortable that they understand it's our home, and not just a commercial wedding venue.
Ray and Yvonne think smaller weddings could be the way forward. So tomorrow they're hosting another celebration, only this time it's for 26 guests.
You're down for 2 things, one at 5 o'clock and one at 2.
This wedding was a last-minute booking over the internet, and Yvonne is doing all the catering herself.
Absolutely everything's down to me, so there's a huge responsibility. It's hard work, because there's a lot of planning goes into it. Because to be honest, whether you've got 28 or 128, the planning is the same.
In just a few hours, the wedding couple are arriving to see the hotel for the very first time. Yvonne is really feeling the pressure.
The flamenco troupe are bringing a CD or a plug-in to dance to.
I don't know that. Okay.
Well, I only found out yesterday, but you need to buy a music set for the Alhambra today. Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on a wedding. The important thing is that everybody knows what they've got to do, timetabling, clear directions, and that people follow those directions and not go off on their own little agenda.
The highlight of the wedding is a flamenco troupe who'll perform in the walled gardens. Ray's in charge. He's going to have to make a last-minute dash to the shops for a CD player. But that's not all that's on his list.
I need 13 ramekin dishes of equal size. I think they come in packets of 4.
How many?
13.
Oh, make it 14.
Well, I need 13, so make sure...
If it's packets of 2.
Ray has just 2 hours to buy the items on Yvonne's list and get home ready to meet the bride and groom.
How am I supposed to get 14 ramekins on a Friday afternoon in the middle of nowhere? If I owned a ramekin shop, I'd put up a balloon there saying ramekin shops are here.
Meanwhile, there's no end to Yvonne's to-do list, but there's one thing she can't control.
Saturday at the moment is looking cloudy all day, right the way through.
I can't believe, beginning of September in Spain, it's always beautiful.
It's 2:30. In 10 minutes' time, the bride and groom-to-be will arrive. And Ray is back just in time.
Oh, they're not they won't work. They're to be glass. No, they won't work. They won't work at all. They have to be glass. They're for timbala rice.
But there's nothing.
Yes, they had them yesterday. Glass ones, round ones. They won't work. They won't work at all. It's probably heavy, is it? Well, they're not. I mean, I can't serve that size rice to somebody.
You said I stripped the shop.
Right. Well, they're not going to work. How difficult is it to get ramekin dishes? I don't know.
But there's no time to worry now. The bride and groom have just arrived.
Well, you can either have the table there, so you're looking at the mountain and Ray's facing this way.
I wanted a boutique hotel somewhere in a little village that was whitewashed with a little white chapel. I saw the reviews for this place, which were fabulous. I looked at the pictures, and I don't think I looked at anything else then, did I?
No.
I saw the pictures, and that was it.
This is the first time Amy and Kerry have visited the hotel.
This is where you're walked, from here down here, OK? This is your aisle.
After a guided tour...
Somehow or another, we need to get somebody up there to take a photograph for you. That's the bedroom that you're not using.
What's the verdict?
It's exactly as I wanted it to be. It's quaint, it's out in the country, away from all the hustle and bustle. It's peaceful. I think we both loved the outside, don't we? We loved the views, the surroundings, but also I think the inside is really just exactly what we were looking for. Yeah, so we're looking forward to it.
Before the guests arrive, Yvonne needs to prepare a 3-course wedding breakfast. And Ray, well, he's going to be the master of ceremony.
As soon as Yvonne gave us the offer of Ray, I think I felt like I knew Yvonne anyway through all the emails that we've sent back and forth. So it was quite personal, but at the same time, it wasn't a family member doing it, so it almost felt that little bit more formal. So it worked out perfect for us.
As Kerry and Amy prepared for their wedding celebrations, they reflected on what it is that they love about each other.
The clock is ticking. Ray and Yvonne have a mountain of prep still to do. They'll soon find out if smaller weddings really are the answer to their life in the sun.
No man was ever shot by his wife while doing the dishes.
In Bordeaux, Steph and Connor are dreaming of a new life with a new family in a city that seems to have it all.
From May to September, the weather's really good, so every weekend everyone goes to the beach.
Yeah.
And that's what people do for the weekends, go to the beach. And then in the winter, everyone goes skiing.
The couple plan to open a new drama school, and now their first workshop is just a week away. But there's a setback. Pregnant Steph's under doctor's orders to rest up completely.
We've come across some health stumbling blocks which have kind of affected how much we could get done, and I'm a hippo. I just want everything organised already.
Terribly, Steph is a terribly impatient person.
I'm not. Just about this. I don't think I'm...
The impatience is magnified because she's pregnant and she's like, get this baby out of me!
Oh my God, if I sit on you, I'm going to break a rib. So I warn you to choose your words carefully. I'll throw something at you.
Steph's the only one who can speak French, so this puts them in an impossible position.
We're going to have to postpone next week.
Yeah.
It's about first impressions, and if we go ahead with next week, and I'm there on my own, and I don't have...
my support.
Steph's support with the language and helping me with the workshop in terms of... because it's a bilingual workshop. Then it's going to leave a really bad impression. Steph's baby's coming early, mine's baby's delayed. I'm really not happy at all, but when you look at the reality of it, like, Steph's not able to be there. There's just no way she's going to be able to be...
More chocolate.
How would this benefit? How would I benefit from
Yeah.
this workshop?
The workshops are on hold until after the baby arrives. But to make sure they have students to teach, they're making an internet advert.
Intro times 2 together.
For 2 actors, it should be simple.
Wouldn't it be better to start with something like, rather than going who we are, it's like, we are Drama Studio Bordeaux, and this is what we're doing, and then who we personally are.
You clearly seem to have to know what people watching will think, so we'll go with that. I don't agree, but I'm totally happy to go with it. This is why I write by myself while writing. It's a solitary process.
The collaborative process is fraught with disagreement and tension.
So annoying. It drives me crazy.
And once the camera's rolling...
Just kind of, when you take your time with who you are and your experience, I think the better.
Thanks. Hello, my name is Connor Irwin. I am the founder of...
Cut. Okay, stop for a second. So we're going to do it like a chat where...
Oh, okay. All right, we're chatting now.
Yeah.
You're directing me too much now.
Yeah, stop pressing the photograph button. Bonjour, je m'appelle Stéphanie.
Physical theatre and film.
Okay, maybe the way you're sitting is making you too chill.
But stop worrying about my mistakes.
Not mistakes, I said foibles.
Don't patronise me either.
I'm not at all.
And again.
Perhaps a wardrobe change will make all the difference.
Is it better?
I have to do it like that. One more time, a cost-effective way to approach training.
And the exits are on the left, on the right, in the middle, over the wings, and at
I'm trying to be...
It's very aerostessy.
I'm having a contraction, hold on a second. 3, 2, 1.
Say a sentence.
En français ou en anglais. Cut. Someone pass me a cornetto. Thanks.
Getting the ad uploaded quickly is vital to get the students signing up. But the relentless push to promote the workshop is taking its toll on Steph.
Stephanie's gone to sleep already.
The ad is ready to go live. But will Steph and Connor really be able to cope with a newborn and a new business? Or will their teaching aspirations have to take a back seat? It's September in the Spanish hills. Yvonne and Ray are preparing for a wedding. Already, emotions are running high.
I've spent hours doing a timetable, and I've got lunches to do, I've got food to prepare, and Ray keeps stealing people to go off and do other things. So it's just a little bit frustrating.
The last wedding was organised by a planner and caterers. Today, Ray and Yvonne are in charge. It means they will make more money, but with that comes higher stress levels.
You keep taking people away that I've got on my schedule to be helping me to do things.
I'm not taking
2 o'clock is when you set up the service with Juana. It's a lot to do before 3 o'clock, but 2 plates of canapés are ready. They just got to go into the deep fat fryer.
Yvonne's in charge of all the food for the day, including a lavish 3-course wedding breakfast.
These are all for after the ceremony, but I've got to obviously prepare as much as I can. And then while they're all off doing photographs and things, I can get the rest of the food ready.
So far, Yvonne's hospitality is going down well with bride Amy.
We've had lunch delivered to us, drinks delivered to us. This has been set up for like a little salon, so we had a lovely breakfast this morning. So all has gone perfectly well to this point.
But there's a very dark cloud hanging over proceedings.
We're worried about the weather. And we've got nowhere to move the whole... Well, we can move it inside, but you can't do it at the last minute, so you have to make a decision. It's looking like it's going to heave down just about when they have their dinner. Be prepared that we're going to have to turn it into a buffet type thing in the house. So that's the only thing we can do. At least it's not raining yet.
Ray's busy outside.
I'll lean on it like this, or do something to hold it in place.
He's running through his role as the master of ceremony.
We have all the wedding guests arrayed here. Somebody's on cue to play the music. So I've got to go get myself prepped now and start to look like a celebrant, or whatever it is, and reread the lines before I forget them.
It's 3 o'clock. The venue is set.
You can tell a man put the tablecloth on.
Well, no, the wind blew.
I wish I wasn't a perfectionist. I really do. I really, really do wish I wasn't a perfectionist. It drives me mad. I drive myself mad, let alone everybody else.
There's still the threat of a storm. But now the countdown is on for Ray's starring role.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They are late.
Ooh, maybe they've changed their minds. But soon, everyone's ready to take their places.
Hey, I like it. Very nice. Thank you very much.
Thanks again for doing this, we really appreciate it.
And it's the bride's big moment.
A marriage, as most of us understand it, is a voluntary and full commitment. It is made in the deepest sense, to the exclusion of all others, and it is entered into with a desire and hope that it will last for life. May your love be a long source of excitement, contentment, affection, respect, and devotion to one another. You may seal this with a kiss.
Ah, good work, Ray.
I never thought I'd be doing such a thing as this. But it's nice to see when it comes together and everybody's smiling, and thank goodness the weather held off. It just came over well.
Yvonne and Ray now have to get dinner ready. But the Spanish storm is still lurking in the mountains. Could all their effort be about to go to waste? In Javier, after a frustrating first food service, Kelly and Steve Stallion have left Grandma Gail babysitting to take a well-earned break from the business.
Man, this is too much good stuff.
The couple are self-confessed foodies, so this town has totally won them over.
We do like, well, we used to go out like this quite a bit. You know, we like to go out and try food. We like the finer things.
We'd rather come here and swank out here, somewhere like here, rather than go out and smash it up at a nightclub, wouldn't you think?
Oh yeah, we don't go to the pub. We're not pub people. We're food and wine.
Yeah, definitely. So this is like coming here. Actually, it's amazing. Really excited now.
I know. I feel strange that I haven't got food being chucked at me from some direction where Millie's sitting.
Tonight reminds Steve and Kelly why they came here in the first place.
We have a selection of various cheeses and also the red corn carpaccio, the Huve Camp Rose. Yeah, so 2 glasses of that. I'm actually loving it. I don't miss England at all.
But the Stallions still have a long way to go before they're dining out on their own success. "24 hours later, it's back to business at their own bar. But tonight, there's not a toastie in sight.
Are you wanting to eat? Yes, sure.
As well as their regulars, Steve has a booking of 6 and they've asked for something special.
That one's a nice big piece as well.
They want homemade fish and chips. It's not on the menu, but Steve's happy to oblige because these customers could become regulars.
They've got a house here, and they come out sort of regularly all through the year.
In true Steve style, he's sourced top quality cod and is even making homemade batter.
Have they decided on what they want to start?
I'll go and find out now. Warm goat's cheese salad or Caesar salad with chicken. Do I see 4 goats?
Yep. 4 goats.
And 2 Caesars?
As more customers come in, the orders are starting to stack up.
Have you got this one, Steve?
Having a jambalaya and a
Spanish burger.
But now there's a big issue.
We're out of gas.
We haven't kept two on.
No, we only had enough money to go and get one, didn't we?
To cut costs, they only bought one gas canister, and now Steve is feeling the heat.
Oh my God, I'm gonna...
Let's, you know what? We'll do what we can. An oversight is what we call it in this business.
That's one word for it.
I've lost the oven, but this is our big order time anyway, so as long as I can get this out...
So I'm going to tell them the fish is looking good.
You can tell them something.
The fish should be okay, but he needs a plan for the burgers.
I might be able to do the burgers in the microwave under the grill.
Phew, finally, it's service.
The chips aren't cooked enough. They're gone. Disaster, man.
We'd like to apologise for the inconvenience, and can we offer you a free drink? They got their food, so what was it a winter pot? You know, I mean, Stevie did make it to the end.
Well, at least we've got the food out that's been ordered.
But what do the customers think?
And here we got some really high cuisine. That was really perfect.
Everything was freshly from the market. Really enjoyed it, yes.
He knows what he's doing.
Yes, oh yes.
So give him my compliments. Right?
Yes.
I had the gecko burger tonight. Absolutely beautiful. Really, really nice.
So Gecko is now making a name for itself in Javier, despite a few teething problems.
You serve unless somebody's dead. That is the crack. That's what happens. You serve until you cannot serve anymore.
These are all learning curves for us. We just like, you know, learning.
But even though the bar is on the way up, there's still a long way to go.
Might become the toasty queen. Go up to Gecko Bar, they do the best toasties.
Next time.
Fantastic, isn't it?
Sampling the Cape Verde way of life. But will this expat be put off making the move?
And I don't want to be falling out with people and then end up not being able to work.
Will the fairy tale Spanish wedding
Rapido.
be ruined by a storm?
We have got a few umbrellas out there, but other than that, they're going to get wet.
And can this French B&B
So I can smell bacon.
win over the final guests of the season?
And I sort of expect to be set up to fail.
Every year, thousands of Brits head to Europe for a dream new life.
I feel relaxed already.
And breathe.
But sunshine and scenery and a great lifestyle need to be paid for.
We have to get going, because that's what we're here for, to run a B&B.
So to fund their fairy tale,
Champagne tastes and lemonade money.
brave Brits are taking the plunge and going into business.
What could go wrong?
On this series, we follow those expats, setting up anything from bars and boat charters in Spain
Suddenly, all hell breaks loose.
to vineyards and B&Bs in France.
We're in trouble.
But will they flourish? Or will they fail?
We'd have no money.
Oh, la la.
And can they really make a life in the sun pay?
If we don't give it a go now, there's always going to be that what if.
No pain, no gain.
On today's show, a dream life in the sun.
This is the Spanish countryside, so I think I've done well.
But can this expat get his business off the ground?
It's just another hurdle we've got to jump over.
Nightwear.
Will a wedding reception at this Spanish hotel
Rapido.
be ruined by the weather?
We have got a few umbrellas out there, but other than that, they're going to get wet.
And can this French B&B
So I can smell bacon.
win over the final guests of the season?
I sort of expect to be set up to fail.
Andalusia in southern Spain. And just 25 miles north of Malaga is an inland paradise. Home to the stunning El Torcal Nature Reserve and some of the most impressive landscapes in the whole of Europe. The area is also home to two expat hoteliers, Yvonne and Ray Williams.
I'm never leaving. No, never. I'm going to be buried in my MG.
In the garden.
In the garden somewhere.
Sitting upright.
At the wheel.
At the wheel.
Parking ticket in one hand. Checkbook in the other.
Yvonne and Ray run a high-end 8-bedroom hotel with 7 gardens and a swimming pool. But they've needed an extra income source to make it profitable. So they are hoping to make the most of their stunning location and the gorgeous weather by hosting weddings. The first event was for almost 100 guests and proved a bit of a headache.
It has been quite stressful today. We're very tired. We've only had 2 hours sleep and there's a lot to do.
Now they're hosting a smaller wedding celebration for Welsh bride and groom Amy and Kerry.
You may seal this with a kiss.
This is their last wedding of the year and they're hoping it will be much easier. But they've been hit by freak weather. A storm's expected at the exact time the guests are due to eat the 3-course meal Yvonne's preparing.
I think we have to lay and go for it, and fingers crossed. If it goes wrong, then everybody's going to have to lift and shift their own plates indoors, and it'll be pandemonium, no doubt.
I don't think I even had any breakfast. Oh, I did. I had a yoghurt.
First on the menu, a feta cheese and phyllo pastry parcel.
I would have just liked to have been a little bit better prepared because my back's killing me and I'd love to sit down and have a cup of tea. But we'll get somewhere in a minute.
The meal is due to be served in 45 minutes. Ray has the tricky job of laying the tables.
Figure out the names and where they're sitting.
Simple.
Alexis, Pauline, Rick. Oh no, got that wrong.
Or maybe not.
It's all a bit odd because there are odd numbers everywhere. So balancing it is, well, you can't. So we'll just do the best we can. Gemma, where's Gemma? Wrong way round.
The bride and groom are due to sit down any minute, but the storm is closing fast.
We have got a few umbrellas out there, but other than that, they're going to get wet. Because, you know, there's nowhere for them to go.
Please stand and rise for the bride and groom and give them a hearty welcome.
All Yvonne can do is try to get the food out before the rain comes, so communication from the dining area is key.
Shall I get them to start the speeches?
I thought they had, because I'm
No,
waiting to
I've said
serve.
no.
I'm waiting to serve. I'm waiting to serve. Well, I thought they were doing their speeches. We're ready to serve. And shall I get them to start their speeches? Yes. I thought they were finishing. Never mind. It'll all come out in the wash.
The speeches are over.
Okay. Rapido.
It's now all hands on deck.
I'm going to help because this is going to go on forever.
Starters out. Yvonne swiftly moves to the main dish.
Is everything to your liking? It's okay?
Yeah, let me
And after a swift dessert of chocolate cake,
Would you like any wine with your dinner?
the meal is over. Phew, just in time.
Black grey clouds on either side of the peaks.
The party moves inside, but there's a problem.
You create the space you need and I'll tell the guests what's happening.
There's a flamenco troupe with nowhere to dance. Bordeaux in southwest France. A city of culture with medieval churches and trendy cafes. It is also only an hour from the nearest beach and a stone's throw from some of the best vineyards in the world. Former actors Steph and Connor Irwin have swapped a life in London for a city without the stress.
This is a major city. It's the capital of the Aquitaine, and we even see it. We can't believe how chilled and in general, nobody rushes. No one rushes anywhere.
To fund their life here, Steph and Connor are setting up a drama school. The first workshop is just a couple of weeks away, but they've had more important things to deal with. The birth of their first child.
We'd like to introduce you to our daughter. This is Octavia Faye Irwin, weighing 8 pounds and 2 ounces. She's perfect, everything's perfect. And yeah, we can get back to the business of like building a life with her as a family.
Yeah.
We're a little Irish Bordelaise family now. If we can do this, I think we can get the studio running after labour. I basically think there's nothing I can't do. Yeah, everything is possible.
It's 2 weeks later. The drama workshop is looming, and with Connor at school teaching English, Steph has stacks to do. But from now on, she has a baby in tow.
Don't hate me. Oh. Okay.
Today, Steph needs to buy props for the workshop.
Oh, great. I'm going to have to pick her up.
But now she's working to Octavia's timetable.
Oh, I know you're hungry. I know. Shoo, 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 shoo. It's feeding time, and I gotta do that quick. Okay. Oh, perfect. Yawn, that's it. Keep yawning. Yawn your way back to sleep. That's what I need. Shush, 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 shush. God, I should have brought a bottle of express milk. I can't have her suck my thumb for the rest of the evening, so I'm gonna have to get moving. Yes. What do you think about this? Oh, she's so hungry. She's about to take off.
Steph gives up, but nerves are beginning to show about tomorrow's event.
It is really important that it goes right, because we have to set a precedent.
I'm nervous and excited.
I think we're excited. I think we'll be nervous when the group arrive.
Grand. It's a workshop. There are lots of them here.
Yeah.
In London. It's grand. It's been a while, but it's grand.
Yes.
Big fake smile.
Yay.
The Costa del Sol, 160 kilometres of coastline and the gateway to the Andalusian hills. It's home to expat Nathan Williams, who moved here to set up a fishing business. Nathan is loving his new life in the villa he bought for €450,000. Had he been in England, this would have cost him at least twice as much.
This is the pool area, or the relaxation area, as I would call it. It's quite separate from the house, it's lower down. So when people are in the pool, if you're up in the house, you won't really hear it, which is nice.
Nathan swapped a semi in Surrey for the beautiful hillside village of Mihaz. The village has managed to retain most of its charm, with cobbled, narrow, winding streets, dotted with quaint traditional shops and tavernas. And the views of the surrounding countryside are dazzling.
I'm not particularly a fan of city living. I prefer, like we are now, having space and not a lot of noise and neighbours. Bit of a country boy, I suppose you could say. But this is the Spanish countryside, so I think I've done well.
Nathan might love the lifestyle, but it hasn't been plain sailing with the business. He got his captain's licence late, and not all of his charters have quite gone to plan.
Come on, fishies. Scare them off.
With the summer season coming to an end, it's make or break time for the business. But he's hit another problem.
Yesterday, discovered a leak on the boat. It's coming from the coupling on the prop shaft. So the boat's come out of the water today. They're going to have a look at it. We're probably looking at a couple of days out of action, which is annoying because we're bookings back to back at the moment.
With the boat in dry dock, Nathan won't be earning a penny.
It's just another hurdle we've got to jump over. Nightmare. I'm trying to be optimistic, but it's starting to wear off on me, the Spanish lifestyle of being pessimistic and everything taking 3 weeks.
If Nathan can't get out of the Marina before the season ends, his whole dream here could be over. The French Dordogne. An area characterised by meandering rivers, ancient villages and sweeping countryside. It also serves up some of France's finest produce, including Bergerac wines and rare truffles. In Mahoy-sur-Belle, expats Alison and Richard are coming towards the end of their first season as B&B hosts in the country of their dreams.
Now, 10 months down the line, that I think I'm truly happy.
I love France, and I can think of no reason why anybody should really shun the idea of moving to France. It's absolutely great.
So they love their new home, but it's decision time when it comes to their B&B. With the season coming to an end, they need to decide if it's a job for them.
And it's only through sheer ignorance and stupidity that we've got where we are.
I said the other day, if we had known what we were doing, we wouldn't have done it.
But we have done it.
Despite opening later than they'd hoped, they've managed to host a few guests, but the latest feedback was not great.
It has hit us very, very badly.
It's now September and they have their final booking of the year.
It's too early. We're not early getting up in the morning, dogs. No, we're not.
It's their big chance to change their fortunes.
I have guests. I've got two very delightful ladies.
But these two are not your average tourists.
The one ran a huge campsite in a restaurant with 70 covers, and then as a relief cook. And the other one, Scylla, has her own bed and breakfast. I'm glad I didn't know these things before they turned up.
It's breakfast service. And the guests have requested a full English. Alison is eager to please, but a certain fry-up ingredient has proved challenging to find in France.
We have had such a fuss finding something that even vaguely approaches bacon. That's ham. That could be bacon, except it's thick enough to make doorsteps out of. And that, when you cook it, shrivels up into nothing.
Next door, first guest Scylla is already chomping at the bit.
And this is partly why I came down slightly early for my breakfast. I can smell bacon. They couldn't find it in their local supermarket to begin with, but we asked if we could have it, and they've obviously found it somewhere.
I'm not a trained chef, and I sort of expect to be set up to fail, which is it's a stupid, stupid thing. I've got to get over it.
But Richard's always there to encourage his wife.
Oh, that looks good.
Doing my best, darling.
Serving up, though, is a bit of a handful.
Put this. I never thought a dining table with only 2 people on it would be too small. Hey, enjoy.
All Alison can do now is wait and hope for a good verdict.
Good morning. Have you got everything you need?
Absolutely lovely.
I thought I could...
This will keep us going all day.
So it's OK, is it?
Lovely.
Good. OK.
I mean, yeah, it's been wonderful, really, and very attentive to everything that we've needed. So that's been good.
And you couldn't ask for more, really.
Cooking breakfast this morning for 2 ladies who have run their own catering establishments was quite daunting in many ways.
I don't see why, darling. You're a top-class cook.
You're biased.
Thumbs up from her #1 fan. And her guests are happy too.
It's not that often that you sort of say decaf and it appears almost immediately. Could we have bacon? And people go on a bacon hunt. So you
3 shots.
It's been a stressful morning, but Alison and Richard's latest booking has confirmed that opening their B&B was a good choice.
We are definitely proud of what we've achieved so far, and there's more to come.
Come on board.
For the past week, Fuengirola fisherman and expat Dean Hoyle has been chasing a dream.
Right, let's go fishing.
At the start of the summer, Dean was adamant he could repeat his Spanish success on the Cape Verde Islands.
There you go.
Oh, Nick's got one too.
Everyone wants to fish with Dean's charters. But now they'll have to come to Cape Verde and fish with Dean's charters. Because that's where Dean will be.
So Dean headed to the island of Sal to see if he could make his dream a reality. The island of Sal, Cape Verde, one of 10 unique islands lying off the coast of West Africa. Around 1,000 kilometres south of the Canary Islands, the sun rarely stops shining here, with temperatures unlikely to fall below 24 degrees. The islands have become known as the African Caribbean, with stunning sandy beaches, dramatic surf and amazing fishing.
Where are you from? Hey. What city?
Una hora de Granada.
Granada. I can support Fuengirola.
Dean has certainly been tempted by the fish.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. It's a 10-kilo wahoo. Wahoo!
Now his trip is drawing to a close, and it's time to decide whether he should risk setting up here.
It's on par with Spain. There's a lot of nice bars on the beach and around. There's a lot of good bars, a lot of good restaurants as well.
Local tour guide Blinky is giving him the lowdown on the area.
I think the first thing about if you want to move to Cape Verde is you have to have a laid-back attitude. This is our local drink, which is called grog. Would you like to just try it a little?
Get him in there.
It's such a laid-back country that if you can't go with that, then you wouldn't like it here.
Okay, uno, dos, tres.
That's it. And you feel
That's
it going
all right.
down? Yeah.
That's good, man. Muy bien.
Property in Sal is exceptional value. Dean could buy a penthouse apartment here for less than €150,000.
Positives, cheaper to live, cheaper to operate a business. And I think possibly, maybe, a lifestyle that's I think could be slightly better than living in Spain.
But though it may be a better lifestyle, there are things here that do concern Dean.
Whether I'm going to be safe here if I have an argument or fall out with any other person, because it happens. You know, people do fall out. And I don't want to be falling out with people and then end up not being able to work.
And it's not just himself he has concerns for.
And security is a big issue. I mean, the boat, this is how the boats are left every night. You leave your boat, you walk away. And if you get a bad storm, then the boats could end up being washed up onto the beach. So all the investment you've made in that boat could end up being broke up on the beach.
At the start of the summer, Dean was confident Cape Verde was definitely the place for him.
It's crazy, that is.
But after just a week here, he has been left with some serious doubts.
There's just a few things here that I've got to give serious thought to and find out from someone else, a lawyer maybe, if this information I've got is correct. I'm in no rush. I'll just think about it, have a ponder on it. There's no rush.
So like his fellow fisherman, Nathan, Dean is facing an uncertain future. In Bordeaux, Connor and Steph Irwin's big day has finally arrived. They're holding their first bilingual drama workshop, but have no idea if anyone will turn up. So their French dream life hangs in the balance.
I think you have to believe that it can work out, because if it doesn't, there's no alternative. There's no B, C, D plan. It's this or nothing. It has to work out.
From living in London, working and living in London, then planning a wedding, getting married, moving to France, getting settled in, getting a job, working, getting sorted. So it's taken 2 years for all that to get all those things done. It's all on today.
Bordeaux is a cultural hub in France with 22 museums, 28 art galleries and a great selection of theatres, catering for a population that's passionate about the arts.
You all right?
I'm eager just to get the baby settled in a corner.
Steph and Connor need 6 students today just to break even.
Bonjour. Bonjour. Ça va? Oui, bien, bien.
So it's droite,
But the early signs aren't promising.
droit, tout droit. Melis will be 10 minutes late. She's just stuck in traffic. Just one of the students is slightly late. It's the first one. They're only finding the space for the first time.
It's exciting.
Karine? Hi, it's okay, it's okay. T'es proche, vous inquiète pas.
Doing all the work.
This is one of your students. Is it Sarah?
Sarah?
That's it.
I'm Connor. How are you? Nice to meet
Nice
you.
to meet you.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Come on in.
Tout droit en rue de la Course et ensuite vous tournez à gauche.
2 down, 6 to go.
Enough students are here to successfully launch the workshop, but the class needs to be good enough to get the students back again and prove the business is viable.
Take the space. It's the push and pull that makes something dynamic. 3 actions, you have a story. The first action is to look. The second action is to engage. In other words, where you are engaged with them. The third action is I walk towards them. This is your choice. Do you follow the rhythm I'm tapping out, or do you follow your own rhythm? Wonderful.
After 3 intense hours, the workshop draws to a close.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for today. Well done.
But have Connor and Steph done enough to win over the students?
Went really well. It was a good experience, what I was hoping to get. He's a great teacher.
He showed us a lot of what it means to be an actor, the range of skills. I hated a lot of things. That was great.
I think I'll do it again.
We pulled it off. It was amazing.
It looks like they're all going to try and come back and keep coming.
I hope so.
If we can get them to bring one person each.
So that's the first hurdle crossed, but they have another workshop in 3 weeks' time. They need more students if they're going to make the business work.
1 down, 30 more years to go.
In Fuengirola on the Costa del Sol, Dean Hoyle is back on his old stomping ground after checking out Cape Verde. And he's in high spirits. His brand new boat has been delivered.
The woman of my life. This is my baby. I love her, I love her, I love her.
And after a busy few days, he's got the perfect name for his new love.
So we're going to be Dean's Charters No Stress Fishing. Because when I went to Cape Verde, one of the first things the taxi driver say to you when you get in the taxi from the airport is welcome to Cape Verde, no stress.
But his mood is short-lived. He gets word of a major storm hitting Cape Verde.
130 km/h winds hit the islands. And the waves, huge, man. 10-metre waves. There's the pontoon that we used to collect the fishermen from. Mate, smashed to bits.
This was one of Dean's biggest concerns, and the storm has made his mind up.
Cape Verde's off, yeah, I'm not going there now. You can't be safe there with your boat. Can't you imagine me taking my boat over and then now waking up in the morning and finding my boat on the beach? Devastated.
So Dean's dream is over. He is not going to Cape Verde. But with a new boat and a living to make, he has to find somewhere else to fish. And he has his eye on Estepona, 65 kilometres south of Fuengirola.
It's a big marina, you've got nice restaurants in there, the beach is lovely, and it's only a stone's throw from Marbella, so it's fairly central for the tourism trade.
Further down the port, Nathan's broken down boat is finally fixed. Now he needs to make the most of the final few days of the season to ensure that his business is viable. And that means pleasing his customers. Today, Nathan has 2 tourists and is ever the professional.
Mind your lace, sir. You do that up. I don't want you falling over.
But his nerves soon begin to surface.
Every day I wake up, I feel pressure. Because at the end of the day, if these guys don't catch any fish, it tends to mean they don't have a very good day. So yeah, it's really important for me that they have a good day. Could I have a first fish here? No, you got my gear. All that time and effort, eh? That's it, keep reeling up. And then
It looks like there's no hope. But then...
Big bite there, mate. Finally! Yeah, you do. Just keep steady reel, no pumping, mate. Just keep reeling. That's it, just keep that pressure on. Hey! That's a nice fish. See, that's what we're looking for down there. Catch that, mate. Nice bit of dinner.
And they keep on coming.
Couple of bream.
It's a bream. Sea bream.
At last, some success.
That was a good trip today. Everyone seemed to enjoy themselves and we caught fish. So that's what I try to do anyway.
11 out of 10. Thoroughly enjoyed it.
I couldn't fault it. It's hard work. The answer I was looking for there is yes.
When we get back to the UK and put their comments, which will be excellent. Thanks very much. Nice to see you, meet you. Enjoy the rest of your holiday.
Nathan's business is on the way up.
How much longer you got holiday? Okay. It's been a challenge, but I think it's been worth it in the long run. When you've got a dream, you've got to work pretty hard to get there.
With happy customers from this season and inquiries for next year, Nathan's now convinced the business will not only survive, but thrive.
My job satisfaction from this is 100 times what I used to get at home. I go to work, it is sort of a free time in a way because I enjoy it so much. So it's like bringing your hobbies and your work into one thing. It's like there's not a lot of people that get to do that, so I'm very lucky.
So Nathan's fulfilled his dream of escaping the UK and making a new life in the sun. And Dean's about to follow in his footsteps. Today's the day he says adios to the port he called home for 13 years.
Goodbye, goodbye, wipe the tear from your real good.
And hola to a new life in Estepona.
I think the whole process of buying, starting these charters, selling these charters, then moving and relocating these charters to Estepona Port, I think it's a good thing. I think it's nice, you know. I mean, I just do what I want to do, you know. I've sold the business. I wanted to start up somewhere else, and that's what I'm planning to do. New life.
In Bordeaux, it's the day of Steph & Connor's second acting workshop. They need to get more students through the door to decide if their new business is profitable. But there's a big problem. Steph has been waiting for the keys for the venue for today's class, but they haven't turned up.
So these were waiting for me when we got back from the airport last night, and I'm really hoping that one of them is for the keys, because if we don't have keys, we don't get to the studio today. That means no workshop, which means I've got to explain that to a lot of people, and it's going to be a massive stress. So, yeah, fingers crossed, we'll find out. Well, it's not great news. It's one thing is like a speeding ticket from June, which is not great. No, I have a feeling this is not keys. This is my life now. Baby gifts.
Steph and Connor have put down over €500 for the space today. If they can't get into the venue, all that money will be lost and they'll miss out on vital revenue for their new venture.
Bonjour Yanné. Alors, merci beaucoup en avance. Je sais que ça dérange un peu, mais merci, c'est très
But it's not just the lack of keys that's causing concern.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Au revoir. À tout à l'heure. Au revoir. One day we'll be able to afford a babysitter to cover our asses when we're doing this stuff, but for now, you must come with us.
Have baby will travel.
if these keys are not here today when we get there, it's going to be a bit of a problem.
I don't want to think about it, to be honest.
So hopefully Yanni's bought everything and we can get into the building. Fingers crossed.
Steph and Connor have an anxious wait at the studio. But just as students start to arrive...
Thank you for finding the place. First floor, we're upstairs.
So do the keys.
So we got in, and means workshop is a go.
What you're going to do, you're going to throw yourself into it.
Just as things get going...
Just zoom, boing, you bounce it back, boing, zip.
So does baby Octavia.
No, no, no. Not today, not today, not today. Darling, not today. These are the unknown variables.
Octavia finally quietens down and Steph is determined there will be no more hitches today.
So yes, okay, go. Don't lose your rhythm. Find the space, find the space. That's excellent. It works really well, doesn't it? And when you see that on stage, when you see that kind of group, it's magic. When you see anger or aggression and thing, it's not just in the face. It's the rhythm of how you play. Well done, everybody. Yes, well done.
Connor and Stephanie are so nice, and they give you everything. So you want to give them everything too.
I've never took part in a session of, I think you say acting session, if you call it like that. It was really good.
Please, Connor and Stephanie, do it every week.
Workshop 2, done.
Thank you.
But does Steph and Connor think this is a business that can work in Bordeaux?
I think it went great.
Yeah, we did actually. I thought it went really well. I was very happy with it in the end.
All that hard work has paid off.
We're just going to build from this. It's great. I'm really happy.
If we can just keep going like that for the next 12 months, that would be incredible. It's the future.
Cheers, chin chin.
And anyone who says that you cannot move country, start a job, start a business, learn a language, and have a baby with you while doing all those things, it can be done. It takes a certain amount of cooperation and it's very stressful, but it can be done.
In the Andalusian village of Villanueva del Rosario, Ray and Yvonne Williams are holding a wedding at their boutique hotel. But there's a problem, and one you wouldn't expect in Spain at this time of year.
Oh, flipping heck.
It's pouring with rain.
Just needed 15 minutes.
The high point of the evening reception is a flamenco troupe.
How much room do you need?
But at the minute, they don't have anywhere to dance.
You create the space you need, and I'll tell the guests what's happening. Otherwise, they'll all go home.
The living room is an option.
You can't dance on this. Okay, so we'll use this.
Or maybe not.
Can they dance on here?
No, it's marble.
Can they dance on there?
Well, it's better to dance on a carpet than it is to dance on a marble.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you can't dance on a marble floor.
Well, you can't dance on a carpet either.
It will scratch the marble.
Isn't flamenco dance all about stamping feet?
Why don't you do as much as you can out here? We get as many people, and if they have to stand indoors, they stand indoors.
We can't have it on this floor.
Please, Mrs. W, go back to the kitchen and let's go. If you could just get the guys to rearrange the chairs. Todo bien?
It's going to be great. It's going to be great.
Muy bien.
Andalusia is the home of flamenco. The music and dance dates back to the 18th century. The romance and passion of the dance make it perfect for this traditional Spanish-style wedding.
They've had a lovely snack. They're enjoying themselves. That's the important thing. They're enjoying themselves. They're happy. I'm happy. It's been a hard day. I'm exhausted, but
At 11 o'clock, the wedding is drawing to a close.
May I introduce to you again Mr. and Mrs. Clark, who are about to do their first dance. A big round of applause. Hey!
This is Yvonne and Ray's final wedding of the season. Despite the rain, everyone appears to have enjoyed the day. But tomorrow is when they get the all-important feedback. It's the end of the summer season in the French Dordogne. The holidaymakers have gone home and sunflower fields are now fading away. It's almost a year to the day that Alison and Richard left the Scottish borders. They've never run a B&B before, so this summer has all been about learning the ropes so they can decide whether they can make the business work.
This is my home. I'm happy here. Happier here, I think, to live than I've been anywhere, ever.
It's been a difficult year. Delays in renovations mean they've only had a few guests.
We've had a trickle of guests over the summer, and to be honest, thank goodness it was a trickle, because we've had a very steep learning curve with every single person who's come through.
But their latest customers have given positive feedback. They are now convinced they can cut it as B&B owners. So much so, they're making it official with a sign.
It's not too in your face to upset anybody, so but it does says what we do.
I've marked out a section of the wall where I'm going to coat it in adhesive.
So let's do it.
Yeah.
Right. You want to watch Hugo, don't you? Don't you, Lizzie? You're
Helping Dalmatian.
So where are you thinking?
Well, I reckon probably just about there.
I can tell you're 6 inches taller than me, can't you? The level of contentment that both of us are showing at the moment is probably a new stage of our relationship. Yes, us. It's nice.
We've got our chickens laying eggs, we've got tomatoes popping up, we've got guests coming in, and it's happening in a way that we envisaged. Voila! About the only thing I've done in building this house, I think.
I could not possibly comment. We had no experience of renovation.
I don't think we have now either, frankly.
Right, cheers.
Drink a clop.
It's a culmination of an absolutely fantastic year, and I couldn't be happier, and I wouldn't ever have wanted to do it with anybody else.
Thank you.
I'm enormously proud of the fact that this man has chosen to support me where nobody else in the bloody world would have done it. He's chosen to back me with nutty ideas. He's chosen to love me. Of course I'm proud of him.
Ah, it's nice to see some good old-fashioned romance.
Well done, my darling.
Up yours.
Charming.
And up yours. Ooh, you are awful.
1 year after leaving the Scottish borders, Richard and Alison have made the big decision. They're going nowhere, and their B&B is here to stay.
We've come a long way. All sorts of things that we've learned, and we're looking forward to our next open season.
Sounds as if we should get the guns out then. Bang!
In Andalusia, it's also time to take stock. It's the morning after the last wedding of the season at Ray and Yvonne's hotel. And the most important question, How did the new Mr. and Mrs. Clark enjoy their big day?
It was wonderful. You know, everyone said it was fantastic.
I wouldn't change anything. I think
No.
it all went perfectly. I wouldn't change a thing.
Yeah, we really enjoyed it. All we wanted here was for an intimate wedding. We wanted something that our family and friends could enjoy and that was personal to us. And I think that the way that it's been executed has been exactly that. So we couldn't ask for more, really.
The success of this wedding has now given Ray and Yvonne confidence that they're doing the right thing, branching out into weddings and making their hotel a really profitable business.
I'm a great believer that this is a very special place for the right people for weddings. I think what it has done is made me think this is suitable for probably a maximum of 80 people for it to work really well. And ideally for smaller, intimate, exclusive weddings.
5 weddings are already booked in for next year, and they're not resting on their laurels. But next time, there's going to be a few changes afoot.
Any more weddings we have here, he's going to be not going to be part of the timetable. He's going to be given a job, given the time, and left on his own to do it.
Down the pub instead.
Well, you can go down the pub because we won't even notice.
Still love you.
Good.
Bordeaux actors Steph and Connor have more workshops booked and are now convinced they can make a go of the business. Fisherman Dean Hoyle picked up where he left off and is now running a successful fishing charter from a marina just south of Estepona. And with plenty of bookings and great customer reviews, Nathan Williams is looking forward to fishing the seas again next summer. Next time, another set of great escapers hoping to make a living in the sun. A new dive school tries to please the Costa's trickiest clients.
We have to up our game even more here in Marbella. Let's go!
By searching for the treasures of the Mediterranean.
We're hopefully going to find a nice big reef system out in the middle of nowhere. Fantastic!
To the future.
As they prepare for a new life, these expats are setting their sights high.
This is what I want, please.
No pressure.
And a family races to open an event space in the desert.
It's a lovely little village and everybody's so friendly.
But are things a little too relaxed in their new country?
But I came in yesterday, you said 8 o'clock.
I don't know what we're going to do. I haven't got a plan B.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
It's a wonderful way of life.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Get it!
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery,
It's a beautiful place to live, it really, really is.
year-round sun, and a better, cheaper way of life.
I wonder what the temperature is today.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
This is like the final frontier.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, England.
There's no reason for me to go back to the UK. I have nothing there.
And begin their new lives.
What could possibly go wrong now?
Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
I know, it ain't rocket science.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Voila.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
You're starting to get sleepless nights because you're starting to get worried.
It's great. What more could I want?
On today's show, a handful of Brits try to please the Costa's trickiest clients.
We have to up our game even more here in Marbella. Let's go!
By searching for the treasures of the Mediterranean.
We're hopefully going to find a nice big reef system out in the middle of nowhere. Fantastic!
To the future.
As they prepare for their new life in Europe, these expats are setting their sights high.
This is what I want, please.
No pressure.
And a family settles into their new dream life.
It's a lovely little village and everybody's so friendly.
But are things a little too relaxed in their new country?
But I came in yesterday, you said 8 o'clock.
I don't know what we're going to do. I haven't got a plan B.
The southern Spanish region of Almeria is the driest place in the whole of Europe. On average, it rains a total of 25 days a year, 107 less than in the UK. No wonder about 50,000 British expats are now calling this place home. The latest British movers to this area are this happy family of 3.
This is when they got married. Years ago they got married. So they're very, 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 very old. But you are.
I know, let's leave it at that.
Stuart and Amanda Brignall and daughter Amira have just left the North Yorkshire town of Whitby and settled in the tiny village of Piedra Amarilla. They have given up their jobs as a construction manager and a hairdresser to go in search of a better lifestyle.
In England, we had no quality of life. I worked Sunday, so we only really had Saturday together as a family. I was worried about Stu. He was always stressed. And
I mean, I'm only 27.
it's a lovely little village, and everybody's so friendly, and
it's got a good mix of English and Spanish as well.
we just love it.
Amanda and Stuart bought a 3-bedroom villa with 4.5 acres of land, stables, a swimming pool, and even an amphitheatre. In Whitby, they would have paid no less than £400,000 for all this. Over here, it only cost them about a quarter of that.
So this is the sitting room dining area. It's rather large, as you can see. We wanted something like this in the UK, but obviously prices, you can never afford it, you know, an older building with beams, and it's everything we dreamed of, this property. I love it.
To pay for their lifestyle, they're planning to start a new business at the bottom of their yard.
Brought you some lunch, Stu.
They've started renovating their old stables, which they hope to rent out for functions and local events, where they'll also do the catering.
So this is the bar area. You wouldn't think so at the moment. All this sawdust from Stu's bits of wood. We want to get dance groups, we want to be able to get karate groups for the kids, so the area can use this as a community centre. It's good for us as a business, but also good for all the local people as well, isn't it? Yeah. So it's really exciting.
This part of Spain is in the middle of Europe's only desert, so opening a community centre may seem a little outlandish, but Amanda and Stu are convinced there's a market out there.
We're lock, stock and barrel into this. We've got no contingency, we've got no fallback. We've got to make it work. This one is for the Freemasons, the Almanzora Lodge, and they use this for their meetings and also for their dinners. But we had to sit down with them. They were actually emailing us while we were in England.
Yeah, they were that desperate to make sure that
they could. So we signed up a 3-year deal with them.
And Stu's going to be a
Yes, and I've been invited to be a Freemason, so we'll see how that goes.
But the only funny handshake Stuart is likely to get for a while will be from his wheelbarrow. 5 rooms need painting. The bathrooms have to be plumbed, and the electrics made safe. And all that work rests on builder Stuart.
I've got 5 weeks to get done what I need to do.
I don't think it's unrealistic. Do you, Stu? Do you think it's...
No.
I'm stood here saying that and all I come in is to sweep the floor.
Today, the first load of concrete is due to be laid. It's 8:30 a.m. and already things aren't going well.
Hola, buenos dias. Is the concrete, did you say 8 o'clock?
The concrete mixer hasn't arrived.
It's 10:30 now.
You're joking?
But I came in yesterday, you said 8 o'clock.
By the time it arrives, it'll be so hot here that Stu may not be able to lay it properly before it dries out.
The problem I've got here is, because it's so hot, concrete will dry too quick, and as it dries, it shrinks, and when it shrinks, it cracks. So once it's down, I really need to be spraying it with water, especially when it gets to the midday sun.
That's bad news. The one downside of living in the desert is that running water is only available 3 days per week at this time of year. And today's not one of those days.
I don't know what we're going to do. I really don't know. I haven't got a plan B for that. I haven't got a plan B.
The renovations have only just started.
Oh.
But the Brignalls are already feeling the heat. Charente, southwest France. It's the region between Paris and Bordeaux where cognac was first distilled. Here, 4-bedroom country houses can be bought for as little as £40,000. And this place has become a favourite for expats seeking a peaceful retirement. This doesn't apply to Kim and Jenny Gilbert. They are moving here to live life in the fast lane.
To the future.
Driven by Kim's passion for classic Land Rovers, the couple has put all their savings into buying a car parts business specialising in British vehicles.
What we've invested in this business is every penny that we have and probably the rest of our lives. But this is not about making a lot of money. It's a lifestyle thing, living somewhere nice.
Until last August, the pair were living in Blackpool, where they earned a combined £100,000 a year working as an export manager and a teacher.
It is an escape. Jenny and I were thinking about not being old and cold in Cumbria. It was just an opportunity that I couldn't miss.
No, it's not a nuts drop.
Now they're about to take over a business they know nothing about.
I'm not an expert.
I just knew if somebody needed a new exhaust pipe.
Is it falling off?
No, for listening to it.
Okay. It needs a new clutch.
Based in this house in the beautiful village square, this existing business used to be one of the most successful part suppliers in the French classic car scene.
These things are heavy.
Kim and Jenny have bought the house and all its contents for €350,000.
Is that all new in there?
Their plan is to move the business into a warehouse on the edge of town and turn this into a house for them to live in.
The main challenge would be the room that's out the back, where there are tens of thousands of parts, you know, down to nuts and bolts, all sorts of tiny pieces which need to be counted.
Once the house is ready, it will be just a leisurely 5 minutes drive to work and a regular 9-to-5 lifestyle that Kim and Jenny didn't have back in the UK.
I'm so excited about the house at the moment, I really am.
But for all her enthusiasm, Jenny's not ready to move just yet. She has decided to keep her job as a teacher in England while Kim starts the business up in France.
Right, good morning, everybody. Let's have your phones in the box and go into your seats, please. Nice phone, that one. I've been teaching for 34 years, and in that time, I've spent 18 years in this particular school. And quiet, please.
So for the next 6 months, Kim and Jenny will be living away from each other, meeting only at half-term.
We're going to make a piece of drama about a disagreement. Here, you know, it's a comfortable environment to be in for me. Therefore, I'm going to find this move difficult.
Despite Jenny's reservations, Kim is pressing on with the move. He's just put a French number plate on his Land Rover. If only he could do the same with Jenny.
He's not going back, I'm not going back, well, we just all need to become a part of where we are.
The Costa del Sol. 100 miles of sunny beaches and world-class resorts, providing year-long entertainment in any one of its 103 towns. 300,000 British expats have chosen to start a new life under the Spanish sun, and there's a couple who've done that very successfully.
I don't like it out here by myself.
Simon and Natasha Bell first met at BBC Radio in London, where they both used to work.
Did you get stuck?
I'd heard of you
before we actually met, and I remember hearing his voice and thinking, oh, he sounds quite nice.
You told me that.
I did.
They were earning £80,000 a year working as journalists, but the stress of living in London soon got the better of them.
One thing that drove me away from London was having to sit on the tube every day for at least an hour going from the East End to the West End. That was driving me insane.
At the peak of their radio careers, they gave up their jobs to run a diving business in the resort of Torremolinos.
We wanted to go to a place where we could do scuba diving, and so this was kind of a natural spot to select.
And all these years later, here we are.
Yeah.
Still loving each other.
The pair worked together in the Torremolinos shop along with 6 staff and a dummy.
He's actually called Dave. He's been called Dave for about 7 or 8 years now. Loads of people stop and have their picture taken with him every day. He doesn't give back chat, he's never late, he doesn't drink on the job. Perfect employee.
The business is a hit.
You're taking your air with you, so you can just relax. Your air
But
goes
now they're gambling all the savings they've built up to buy another dive centre in the Costa's trendiest town, Marbella. Just 30 miles from Torremolinos, but a world away.
Marbella is famous for being a very affluent town. You know, they do pay good money for the service, and they're happy to pay it, but they do expect a certain level of service for that money as well. So we have to up our game even more here in Marbella.
Simon is going out of his way to impress the Marbella set. He's spent a total of €70,000 on the new business.
The problem would be if I was in charge of the accounts, we would have
no money.
We would have underwater video cameras here. We'd have the biggest and best dive computers, and Natasha thankfully reins me in a little bit and keeps the spending under control a little bit.
Absolutely.
Their new shop used to be a bar and was converted into a diving centre. Simon and Natasha have renovated it over the last 6 weeks, and now it's ready to welcome new customers.
Do try and put no's or yeses, guys, OK? Sorry to be particular. We don't make the rules, we just follow them.
It's just learning, finding our feet, working out how this is going to work for us this year, because it's not the same as our first operation. It's a completely different operation.
Welcome, guys. You've all signed up for the official Discover Scuba Diving course. The #1 rule of scuba diving is never pee in your wetsuit.
Today, Simon is taking out a family of tourists from London.
So everything else feel OK?
I'm expecting good things.
Most of whom have never tried scuba diving before.
So we're going to go off and find some fish. Press the button, off we go.
Simon charges €90 for the hour-long immersions. Marbella offers some of the best sea life in southern Europe, being close to where the Mediterranean and the Atlantic Ocean meet.
Hooray!
She saw lots of fish.
I saw a little octopus too.
Little octopus.
Wow.
He came out, squirted some ink at us, really, to tell us to get lost, and he went back into his hole.
Oh my God. Oh, that's very good. I'm so impressed, you know. I was so happy to leave my daughter and my son in the capable hands of a professional like you.
Oh, good. Chuffed with that.
Simon might be chuffed with his new dive operation, but the move has not been as simple for his wife Natasha, who'd have rather waited a bit longer to open another shop.
That's a bit of a struggle, just making him realise that good things come to those who wait. Sometimes we need a bit of patience.
Yeah, but sometimes you make me wait forever.
No, that's not quite true. But you are very much the now attitude, you know, when you want something, you want it right now. So, this is for you.
Speeding fines.
Yes! Who does that look like?
I know, it's me.
As the season is about to start, will Simon's gamble on the new dive centre pay off?
There's nothing worse than companies trying to set up another franchise or another branch, and they fail and they stretch themselves thin. It's scary.
The Charente, a region that benefits from 2,400 sunshine hours a year and is the hottest and sunniest place in Western France. Over here, husband and wife Kim and Jenny Gilbert bought a classic car parts business 3 weeks ago to help fund a new dream life. It's the Easter break, so teacher and reluctant mover Jenny has flown to France to help her husband start up the business.
We'll do that one to get the
Just need to check.
Oh, it's not the one?
No, it's not what we thought. I don't know whether I'll manage it, actually. In 4 months' time, I shall be moving out here forever, and that'll be it. So I'll be giving up everything that I've ever known. And the sad thing, obviously, is my family. Oh, having a bit of a moment.
But there's no time for Jenny's reservations. Today, the pair have to move 50,000 car parts to a warehouse on the edge of town so they can start restoring this huge property and make it their home.
Okay. One more for the road, is it? Thank you, dear. Right, you're getting your own back. Yeah.
This successful business supplies the whole of the country with Land Rover parts. Kim has agreed to buy it from German expat Annette Flockvel.
No.
But they still have to agree an exact price for the sale.
And when I've asked her for a true value of the stock, it's varied by up to 50,000 euros. So what we're having to do is go through the whole lot to really find a true value of every product that's in there.
It'll be a long and stressful day.
No, it really takes me ages when I have to look at every box myself.
Have you done that?
No.
Right. 13.
It's been a little bit abrasive again today, a little bit more tense than it should be.
Things are getting tricky.
Are you on strike?
So what does Kim do? Drive to his new warehouse and leave Jenny behind.
I can't carry much at the moment. Whereas everybody else does one journey, I'd make probably 2 or 3. But I'll get stronger.
To be quite honest, I just have to not be in close proximity to the lady because it's probably not good for my blood pressure. Yes. So that's why Jenny's there and that's why I'm here. So we're just getting on with it.
After a full day's work, the family is finally reunited.
I've been to Pascal's and got a bottle of wine just in case. So.
I think you need more than 1 bottle of wine, thank you very much. I'm freezing.
Fair enough.
Fed up,
Friday
I'm tired,
evening. Yeah.
I'm feeling dirty.
Oh, OK.
No, not tonight.
With most of the car parts moved, it's time for Kim and Jenny to inspect their new house.
This is going to be like the main room, isn't it, really, upstairs? A huge bedroom. And as you can see, it looks nothing like a bedroom now at all.
At least there's an ensuite.
Moved over here.
For the last 10 years, this classic French townhouse was used exclusively as a depository for car parts.
Ceilings are going to go, floor's going to go, walls are going to go.
It has 4 bedrooms, 4 reception rooms, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom, and Kim thinks he can turn this back into a family house.
What's fantastic about French houses, certainly in this region, is the woodwork is all oak. It takes a bit of vision, but it's got potential, as they say.
Once again, Jenny's not so sure.
I can't see what he sees. It feels like a disaster, and I keep thinking, what am I giving up? Coming here at my time of life.
At least she won't have to think about the renovations. Tomorrow, Jenny flies back to England.
I've got another 3 months or so before Jenny comes out to get it all done properly.
And I'm expecting for it to be warm and for it to be comfortable. So this is what I want, please.
No pressure.
It's 2 weeks since the Brignalls quit Whitby in North Yorkshire to build and run a community centre in Almeria, southern Spain.
It's definitely a change from me being back in England.
If all goes to plan, within 6 weeks their building will be open for business, so Amanda and Stuart can start making money.
I personally can't say there's nothing I don't like about Spain, even the lack of water. It doesn't.
You can't flush the toilet, there's no electricity some nights, there's tarantulas, but we love it.
But this morning, Stuart is up against it, as there's a delay on delivering the concrete for the community centre's future seating area.
We've got no water. Yes, 10:30 or 11, but can you put more agua into the concrete, please?
And the later the concrete arrives, the more difficult it will be to lay it, as temperatures rise. It's now the middle of August, and it can easily get as hot as 40 degrees Celsius.
It's just going to be so hot now, isn't it? So now is the perfect time. It's just cool by 10:30, 11. It's sweltering. And it's just delaying every other job, isn't it?
It's what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is what it is.
Due to a misunderstanding in the plant, the concrete finally turns up 3 hours later than promised.
Hola.
Now Stuart has to tell the man where he wants it, and quickly. In the searing heat, every minute counts.
It would be a lot easier, and the lad I had planned to come here could speak Spanish, and he was meant to be helping us, but he's not turned it today.
Good luck, Stu.
Yeah. Make sure it doesn't bang the wall. I think.
Despite the language barrier, Stu seems to be making inroads into this big job. But even in a foreign language, the concrete man is clear about where his duties end.
By myself, I think.
When it's 38 degrees outside, concrete dries very fast. So Stuart has to spread it as quickly as possible.
You finished it?
Oh, I got for you, Al.
Luckily, neighbour Alan has come round to help.
That pencil line is level.
Oh, where do you want it?
The water supply is finally reconnected, so ex-hairdresser Amanda joins in too.
Oh, it's burning my finger.
We have our blonde moments, don't we, darling?
Oh.
A little bit dippy, a little bit blonde.
It's red hot. Ah!
There's only Amanda can make a scene out of wetting concrete.
Get lost.
You right, darling?
How wet do you want it?
We've hit the main heat, and the concrete's just gone off. So we've got a little patch that we haven't been able to get a finish on. Things happen, it's just got to get over them, that's all.
Obviously, the closer it's getting, the more excited we're getting, but along with excitement, you get anxious, and he's getting tired. He's getting really tired. But it's constant slog, it's hard work. Every day, something goes wrong, and I think you have to learn not to take it too much to heart.
After 14 hours of work under the desert sun, Stu finally downs tools and gets the reward he deserves.
That's so nice.
It's been 2 weeks since ex-journalist Simon Bell opened a new dive centre in Marbella at the cost of €70,000.
Natasha refuses to let me spend any money.
I'm not tight, you just need pulling back a little bit.
It was Simon's dream to trade on the Costa's trendiest town. He's gambled all of the family's savings on the new dive centre.
The thing with Simon, I love him to bits, but he has got champagne tastes and lemonade money.
You know.
Yeah, so that's a bit of a struggle, just trying to rein him in sometimes.
The season is about to start, and Simon is determined to prove to his wife that the new Marbella Centre will be a success.
This is a proper nautical chart of the coast. There's about 100 dive sites all along here, and I think we've explored about 10 of them.
Today, Simon is setting off in search of a new diving spot he's heard rumours about. One that he hopes will bring customers flocking.
We're hopefully going to find a nice big reef system out in the middle of nowhere. We've got to have a check for what marine life there is there.
Simon hopes to charge his customers €90 for a dive like this.
And he's paid in full.
So it's important he finds something at the bottom of the sea today.
If we don't get the plotter exactly right, we could just drop down and find a big giant patch of bare sand, which is not going to be very nice for a paying client.
For such a delicate job, Simon has put together a team made up almost exclusively of British expats.
We have here Patricia, who's our instructor. Rachel and Courtney, who are training to be instructors. So there's these three, there's me, and then there's the handsome fella in the hat called Vinny.
If Simon's business takes off in Marbella, it will also mean more work for Simon's staff. This is especially important for ex-chef Vinny from Essex, who decided to get out of the kitchen and observe his favourite fish rather than fry them.
Well, I have my favourite sites where I find the congers, the morays, the octopus. We've got Molly the moray and Mavis the moray. We've got Ollie the octopus.
So a boatload of Brits head 2 miles off the coast where Simon thinks he can find his reef.
There's a very big reef here somewhere. OK, Vinny, chuck it in, let's go. OK, guys, it's basically a huge reef that stretches about 2 kilometres. When we get to the bottom, make sure there's all 6 of us together, and then we're going to head off and explore, OK?
Is Vinny still getting kitted out?
Come on, Vinny, we know you're old.
I can't help it if I drive the style.
But as the team descend, there's no evidence of the reef. All they can find is sand, seaweed, and a handful of sardines. With only enough air to last them 10 more minutes, they finally bump into the reef, nearly half a mile away from their boat. And suddenly, all the fish that Simon was hoping to showcase to his clients come to greet the new divers in town. Among the corals, there are swarms of groupers, pink anthea, silver dentex, and even one of the most primitive and scary-looking fish in existence, the Mediterranean moray eel. This animal gobbled up a scuba diver's finger last year, so it's hello, goodbye to the moray eel.
Awesome! Mission success! Fantastic! Absolutely fantastic. There was literally thousands of fish. Well chuffed with it.
Simon may have just found the first lucrative dive site for his new centre, but he seems to have lost a member of his team.
Just all wave goodbye.
Bye!
Bye,
You have to swim faster!
We'll come back tomorrow, yeah?
Bye, see you!
Sharp, right?
Yeah.
We're all going to have to knock him up, yeah?
Rite of passage, right?
Oh!
Come on.
Have you seen Whale Wars?
Leon!
Problem here with this sort of crew,
okay,
is that there's no respect your elders.
It's been a great day for Marbella's newest dive centre. Simon has found the first dive site to offer to his clients. But just as the season is about to start, Simon and Natasha are dealing with a big setback.
We've had au pairs for 2 years now, and this year we had another lovely girl from a lovely family, but she just didn't she didn't feel settled. So she just told us that she basically wants to go back home after a month of being here.
We're now on the mad hunt for a new au pair that we need to find as quickly as possible.
All of a sudden, Simon and Natasha have their 2.5-year-old to look after, as well as 2 dive centres to run, 30 miles apart.
We're right just into the start of the very, very, very busy summer season, and the timing couldn't be any worse for us.
In Almeria, southern Spain, Stu and Amanda Brignall are putting all their money and effort into an all-purpose community centre.
We've got a zebra in the house.
There's still plenty to do if they're to open in 3 weeks' time as planned.
I think we're running on adrenaline, to be fair.
Stuart has taken care of the building work so far, so Amanda can focus on the decoration. She has just bought new lampshades from a Chinese shop at a bargain price.
We're just putting these lanterns up in here just to match the back ones, and we're going to get some really nice lights for the back. Oh, it's got Chinese writing on.
got Chinese writing on Stu.
Yeah, they're exactly the same ones you threw out.
Yeah, but they had all colours. Yellow.
The lampshades aren't quite fitting with the Spanish theme.
I didn't know it had Chinese writing on. But it was from the Chinese shop. Oh, I'll put them up and...
Why? They're coming down. Not having that. I'll get a hair rifle and use them as target practice. I don't even know if they're upside down. It might be upside down. It might be Russian.
But Amanda is trying to look on the bright side.
Nobody wanted them. Nobody wanted them because they had Chinese writing on.
And it looks like Stu's losing the battle.
We might have a Chinese theme night, then they'll come in, won't they?
I think if it was to say one is who is more dominant, I would say it was you.
Right. I think they're all right.
Oh, no! I'm allowed to wear the pants of this family and the wife says so. That's how it is.
So the Chinese lanterns are staying put. Stu and Amanda are working on a tight budget. To complete the community centre, they only have a total of €10,000.
Oh, it looks lovely in here.
On the hunt for more fittings, they've discovered a real opportunity.
Nothing clean, isn't it?
Yes, spotless.
This restaurant in the nearby town of Aalbox has been run by Dutch expats for the last 12 months. They have decided to close down as they can no longer afford to pay the rent, so they have put on a fire sale.
Stuff and everything, right?
Yeah.
A lot of problems.
Right.
It's a worrying reminder to the Brignalls of just how hard it can be to run a new business away from Spain's tourist hotspots.
Really difficult. Because the Spanish people don't come to business of foreign people. You don't get Spanish clients. They really stick to their own place.
But these owners' loss is Amanda and Stuart's gain, as they have an opportunity to furnish their own business cheaply. At the top of their list is an industrial cooker.
Oh, yeah, that's perfect. Yes.
But with everything else available at a bargain price, Amanda goes binge shopping.
That table and this table, I think, yeah.
Are these sales? They are how much?
What about the glass washer?
67 quid for 3.
We'll definitely have them, yeah. 2 microwave. No, we don't need speakers.
Yeah, we do need speakers, don't we? Of course we do, yeah.
What about plates? Because we're short on plates. If we buy lots of things, can we have maybe small discount?
Is that stainless steel shelf for sale underneath that? And the trees?
Trees, we're keeping them.
They're nice.
So I have your telephone number.
You do, yes. Yes, give us a price for all them.
I feel a bit snidey, you know, with them going out of business and that. That's why I don't get involved, because Amanda's got no conscience. You see? Have you noticed that?
Thank you very much. OK.
Word has been spreading about the community centre.
We're the talk of the town at the minute. Stu phoned me about doing a hog roast, and the man who lives about 10 miles away said, "Oh, are you the guy that drives the black Land Rover?" And that just proves that people are, you know, talking about us. I hope in a nice way.
In preparation for the grand opening, back at base, Amanda's meeting a local artist about sign painting.
Exciting. This is exciting because it took us ages to choose the name.
We originally called it the Winking Lizard, which we thought was good. I thought, yes, that's very Spanish. And after talking to people, they said, well, you're not in Benidorm, so it kind of...
You're not in Costa del Sol. Do you use spray?
Yeah, actually, I am a graffiti artist.
I love graffiti.
So we had to think about it, and Amanda went to a businesswoman's meeting in, I think it was an excuse really, but in Desert Springs. And they all came up with El Teatro, which means the theatre.
So in here, I prefer something
with
elegant and black and very... But outside, if you want to do graffiti, I would be so happy.
Okay, I think maybe we can follow one way for everything.
One way for everything, okay.
Yeah, I think it's better.
At the restaurant, Stu and his friend Sam are back to collect the goods.
You got your leg on? Okay. The few bits that cost us more than we thought, but it was a good deal. 11.50. Is that right, young lady?
Yes.
And Stu spotted something else that could be going for a song.
Karaoke! Karaoke!
Stu may be excited about his new karaoke machine, But on the local internet forum, some expats have made it clear to Amanda that they don't want noisy events in this quiet village.
We've had some negative responses. People saying we didn't move to Benidorm or we didn't want this loud karaoke bar. At no point have we ever said we're going to be a loud karaoke bar.
This is a karaoke machine, believe it or not, which plugs into our amplifier.
You have to get Pat down.
Oh, get Pat with Posh Elvis.
Yeah.
Teddy Bear.
Yeah, I'm not saying we're not going to do karaoke evenings. Why not? People like it. But we are predominantly not going to be a karaoke bar. Unfortunately, people around here have just assumed, and what they haven't known, they've just made up, which is quite sad, really, because we've put our whole life into this and want to make it our future, so why would they want to be negative? You would think they would want to be positive with us and be as excited as we are about our opening evening.
Having spent their entire savings on their community centre, Amanda and Stu may no longer have a community to open it for. With just 2 weeks until the grand opening, will they be able to win back the support of the locals? In the western French region of Charente, there's good news for all Land Rover owners.
It's just a pipe. I think I'll throw that in the don't know what it is box.
In the village of Garra, Kim Gilbert has reopened his specialist car park business from his brand new premises.
Bonjour. We're open, that's the main thing.
Kim has recently fallen in love with Land Rovers, but until 8 months ago he used to work in Cumbria as an export manager for a paper mill. So there's a lot of learning to do.
Just trying to work out where a track rod ends and a ball joint starts. Same thing. Still don't know where it goes.
Luckily, he has 3 employees who know a little bit more about the business.
I am Monsieur le Président, officially, the President. President does have a certain kudos about it, and I think my wife likes the aspect of being the First Lady.
But the First Lady is now 600 miles away in Blackpool, struggling to come to terms with living on her own.
I literally sleep like Kim was here all the time. So I'm going to show you. I sleep like this. That's it. So actually, when I wash the sheets, I'm wasting soap powder because really there's only this side that's been used.
Jenny is savouring her last few weeks at the school.
I'm nervous about letting go all that world. It's my world. I'm a teacher. That's what I do. It's all I know. And now I'm going to be something where Kim will be shouting at me when I do things wrong, and he will as well. And that won't be very nice.
0545. What's the rest of the number, Nicola?
By the looks of things, there will be no shortage of work in France.
ANR 1799.
When Jenny finally returns.
It's busy, but I'd far rather be busy than what I've been doing for the last few months, which is basically twiddling my thumbs and trying to find something to do.
But it's not all about work.
Yeah, no problem. OK.
Kim also has to try and get the house ready for Jenny's return.
I think she's going to be absolutely stunned by the state of the house.
I bet she will. This house was built under the reign of Louis Philippe I in 1836, and that's starting to show. 4 bedrooms, a large kitchen, 4 reception rooms will all need complete refurbishment.
Welcome to the master bedroom, as it will be. In the olden days, when this house was built, some of the dividing walls were made of a very thin terracotta material, which is difficult to cut holes through and difficult to do it yourself on.
Kim's strategy is simple. He wants every room to be bigger.
Doesn't take much, does it?
Ever the optimist.
The idea today, in commencement of all the works, is to take down this wall. Not the sort of thing that I can do, but I know a man that does.
Kim knows that getting the house right will be necessary to help his reluctant wife settle when she comes over in 3 months' time.
Unbelievable. It's just unbelievable to see this coming down. Stuff has started. The clock started ticking for the house, not just for the business. And, wow.
One wall down.
Job done, I reckon, don't you? All right.
Their new bedroom is now 6 metres by 7, nearly double what it used to be.
Got the view. It was difficult to see the view when the wall was in the way. You know you're in sort of southern Europe when you see sites like that. We just don't have them in the UK. And the other thing is, well, the sun coming through, that nice warmth. It's a real big driver for coming down here.
Not from where Jenny stands.
It's not going to be finished by the time I get across, so I'll be camping, which I said I would never do. Kim has spoken about that if we need to shower, we can go across to the warehouse and have a shower there. It's not the same. It's not the same. I don't think he understands the need for privacy.
Nice one. I would love for her to be able to come over here and just move into the place and feel as though it's always been ours. Whether or not it actually happens, time will tell.
Here you go, guys.
Next time.
So that's El Manapia, yeah?
The trip of a lifetime in search of a sunken British wreck.
Excited!
But will Simon and his team even make it to the shore?
Van's broke down. You are joking. What's happened? It went bang.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Come on.
Kim tries to win over his reluctant wife Jenny with their new French home.
You should be carrying me over the threshold.
I will do when it's finished.
Oh, all right.
But will it work?
I'm scared stiff of coming out here. Changing is difficult.
It's a dream chased by thousands of Brits each year.
Number one's the weather.
Heading to Europe to set up new lives and businesses in the sun.
Are you ready?
They're seduced by gorgeous scenery.
It's just about the space out here. There's so much space.
Year-round sun and a better, cheaper way of life.
Our living room in London, you'd fit in 4 times.
But how easy is it to turn the dream into a reality?
Money's dripping in and flooding out.
In this series, we follow those expats as they say goodbye, England.
I think I'm full.
And begin their new lives. Setting up bars and restaurants in Spain.
That's what we're talking about, girlfriend.
Gîtes and B&Bs in France.
Totally and utterly out of my depth.
When nothing is ever as simple as it sounds.
It's probably not good for my blood pressure. Yes.
It can fail, but it won't fail. Not if I've got anything to do with it.
Here you go, guys.
On today's show.
So that's El Manapia, yeah?
The trip of a lifetime in search of a sunken British wreck.
Excited!
But will these divers ever even make it to the shore?
Van's broke down. You are joking. What's happened? It went bang.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Come on.
This enthusiastic expat tries to win over his reluctant wife with their new French home.
You should be carrying me over the threshold.
I will do when it's finished.
Oh, all right.
But will it work?
I'm scared stiff of coming out here. Changing is difficult.
Marbella, the trendiest town on the Costa del Sol. Over here, Simon Cowell, Antonio Banderas and Rick Parfitt from Status Quo are all neighbours. And Russia's President Putin has a house up the hill. At At sea level, though, there lives another strong leader.
Is that supposed to be tidy?
I need somewhere to work. I can't just not work.
You have to be bossy in this job. You have to be like Hitler. Keep going, keep going.
Former journalist Simon Bell
Push your shoulders back.
is the new owner of a scuba diving centre situated in the Marbella port.
Don't forget your boots. Don't forget your boots, please.
Simon runs the diving operations while his wife Natasha does the accounts.
I just wish sometimes that you would leave the bossiness for the staff and not be so bossy with me. Because I always talk to you like you're my husband, whereas you talk to me like I'm a staff member.
Sometimes you are a staff member, though.
No, see, sometimes I'm never a staff member. I'm always your wife.
When you're wearing this T-shirt, you're a staff member.
It's their second diving centre after first opening 30 miles away in Torremolinos. Natasha wasn't keen on setting up another shop in Marbella, but Simon disregarded her completely.
€60.
And it looks like he was right to do so.
Try and find a little space somewhere on the table.
Their first season has just started, but the dive centre is bursting with clients.
No, you're putting your leg in the armhole. You'll never get it in the armhole.
So much so that they had to draft in Simon's expat dad, Alex, for childcare duties. After their au pair left them.
Oh, there he is! The great thing about having grandchildren and grandparents will always tell you, you had them back.
Crazy busy day. It's just, and this is kind of our lives, just racing around everywhere. If it wasn't for my father-in-law, you know, we would have just been absolutely stuck.
Simon and his team are looking for exciting new dive sites for their demanding Marbella clients.
Here you go, guys.
And today, they're searching for a sunken wreck that could be another lucrative opportunity.
So that's El Manapier, yeah? And it's going from Villaricos to Gibraltar with a load of iron ore. And it sank. That was in 1917, so it makes it a war wreck, OK? It's 110 metres long. It's a very, very big boat.
If Simon and his team find this sunken British wreck today, he will be able to offer the exploration to his customers and reckons he'll be able to charge them €120.
Sounds fun, doesn't it? Right. Here endeth today's briefing.
It's an expedition that Simon has long been dreaming of.
27.5.
Special nitrox tanks have been prepared at the cost of €90, which will allow the team to breathe underwater for longer.
So we have to get this spot on.
Today, Simon is taking his trusty team of British expats.
Are you almost ready then? Yes?
Including former cook Vinny.
This should be a good dive, especially if I turn Simon's hair off on the way down.
What? There'll be no shenanigans on a dive like this. It's a fairly serious dive. You have to be very focused, concentrating on your depth, your air management. There's also the potential of very strong currents as well. You really have to have your wits about you. You can't just plump into the water and go pointing at fish. It's not that kind of dive. OK, let's draw a map.
Carrying heavy special equipment means that the group will have to split today.
Is there anything else that's got to go in?
Vinny will take the team and the gear 20 kilometres up the coast in the van.
Los Amigos. There's Los Amigos Beach Club, this little beach. Perfect.
And Simon will travel by boat. They will meet again near the place where the wreck sank.
So you guys are going to have a phone, yeah? Is it switched on and the sound up? Good. Excited!
5 days of preparation, a carefully thought out schedule and the best equipment money can buy. What could possibly go wrong?
You've got to be kidding. I've got nothing. Something's just gone bang.
Today, of all days, Simon's 7-year-old van has had enough.
I can't steer. Steering's gone, power's gone, everything's gone. Where are we? Nobody's answering.
The crew are stuck at a motorway junction 10 miles away from the sunken wreck.
Come on, Simon, answer the phone.
While their boss cruises along the coast unawares.
I'll tell you what, if he ever tells me about not answering my phone again, it stinks. There's oil everywhere.
Captain Simon eventually picks up his phone.
Hello. Van's broke down.
You are joking. It went bang. Lost steering, lost everything. It's in a pretty bad way, yeah?
Yes. He's going to call back. He's going to probably call the tow truck or whatever.
Doesn't sound good.
Half an hour into the expedition, Simon and his team are stranded, with no way to reach one another.
Today was too perfect, so it'd have to happen like that.
Will they manage to save the day?
Oh, crap.
The Spanish region of Almeria, on the southern tip of Europe, is a firm favourite for British expats, thanks to the 8 months a year of baking hot temperatures. Its capital, Almeria, is a unique city in Europe, having never registered temperatures under the freezing mark in all of its history. Here, sales of houses to expats have recently gone up by 38%. It's a region that has recently acquired 3 excited new residents.
Let's go see what's happening, Stew Pop.
Stuart and Amanda Brignall and their daughter Amira left the rat race in the UK tired of spending just 1 day a week together. Here in Spain, things are a lot more relaxed.
I think I've probably gone more into the Spanish way.
I know, I had to put a mirror under your nose yesterday. I thought you were dead on that couch.
For the last 2 months, Stuart has worked tirelessly at rebuilding their stables, where they hope to make their money by catering for local events.
And what am I going to do now?
Need to drink that cider.
It's the beginning of September, and El Teatro is almost ready to open its doors to the public.
He keeps drinking all the profits.
Leaking a bit, keeps dripping. It's the only way I can get a free drink though, so I'm not getting it fixed.
However, before it's even opened its doors, 10 people have complained that El Teatro might spoil the tranquility of the village.
We've had some negative responses, which is quite sad really, because we've put our whole life into this and want to make it our future, so why would they want to be negative? You would think they'd want to be positive with us.
On top of all this, the town's mayor hasn't given them a licence to open.
If we don't get this licence, it means obviously our income is going to be massively reduced. It is life or death, really. This wasn't the idea of coming here. The idea of coming here was to do this, so scary.
Amanda and Stuart ploughed all their savings into the project, and if they can't open, they won't earn the money back. But they are determined to fight back. For the 3rd time this week, they head to the town hall to chase their licence.
We need it today.
But at the town hall, not only is the licence not ready, the mayor himself is nowhere to be seen.
Is he in?
They don't know when he's going to be here.
All right.
They may be the town's newest residents, but the Brignalls are not standing for any nonsense. Under the midday sun, the chase for the mayor begins.
Last time he was in this little bar when we went.
But the mayor is not at the bar.
Adios.
Or at the petrol station.
Oh, my shoulders are low.
This must mean one thing. He must be back at the town hall.
He's probably got a shoot in that room and he'll just gone down to shoot now.
To the back cave.
Finally, they find him.
Can we sit down and talk about this with you as well?
Because we need...
For this, change the names on it.
We need our names here.
But when Amanda asks the mayor when they will get their licence...
How long do you think that would be?
The answer is typically Spanish. Mañana.
In the final of the day, yeah? Okay. I need to prepare the documents down.
Thank you very much.
48 hours before their opening night, Amanda and Stu are still waiting for their licence.
Never mind. Yeah, I get the feeling now he thinks we're being a bit pushy. His demeanour wasn't quite the same as it was yesterday.
No, I feel a bit...
Anxious?
Yeah.
48 hours before opening and still no licence. It could be a dramatic first night for El Teatro. The Charente region is one of the cheapest and prettiest areas in France. More sunflowers are grown here than anywhere else in the country. In the southern town of Gara, husband and wife Kim and Jenny Gilbert have spent €350,000 to buy a Land Rover and classic car park company.
To the future.
They are leaving drizzly Blackpool behind to take over a business they know nothing about.
I knew what a dipstick was. I knew where the water bit was. That was all.
We are talking about cars.
Yes, we are. Yeah.
For the last 2 months, former export manager Kim has been learning about car parts while working in his warehouse.
Just trying to work out where a track rod ends and a ball joint starts.
But reluctant mover Jenny has chosen to stay in England to finish her teaching career and will join him in 3 months' time.
So you've now got to make a decision about who's going to say what.
It's about time we stopped going to school, isn't it?
Yes,
You've
it
been going there
is.
for 50 years.
Thank you, dear.
That's right.
This is what I am. It's a vocation. And in France, I'll be basically a shop assistant, I think.
Kim and Jenny have found it challenging living such separate lives.
What did you have for dinner tonight?
Saucisson Toulouse, pommes de terre purée et petits pois. Or sausage, mash and peas tonight.
Sounds good to me. I'm actually really looking forward to being with you again. Love you.
Love you too. See you. Bye.
Bye now. It's just really, really hard having a relationship that you just talk to someone on a camera every night. You don't talk in depth about anything, and I don't trouble him with anything either. I also don't tell him things like I've broken the Hoover. I'll save that till later.
But today is a very special day. It's Jenny's last ever half-term holiday, and Kim is on the way to the airport to pick her up.
It's fully 6 weeks since she was last out here. Wonderfully excited. Can't wait to see Jenny girl. A laugh, a smile, yep, it's going to be good.
That's if he ever makes it to the airport.
Car's just completely stopped.
Time to see if the new car park king has learned anything at work.
Battery terminal came off. OK, that's a good short fix, because I replaced the headlights yesterday, took the battery out.
Check you out. And it's full speed ahead to an emotional reunion.
Lovely to see you.
And you. It's been a long time coming.
They've not seen each other for 6 weeks, but Kim is desperate to show his wife his new warehouse. The last time Jenny was here, car parts were piled up high and the business was still shut. Now it's open and thriving.
Bonjour.
But Jenny is concentrating on something else that's changed.
I'll tell you what's really odd. Kim seems so very, very different. Not just because he's grown a beard and long hair. The way he moves is different. He's not a stranger, but it is like a different person that I'm with at the moment. I wonder if it'll happen to me as well.
Right, some early training for Jenny.
After a lifetime of teaching, today is time for Jenny to do some learning.
Can you take her through the order picking process, packing? Yeah?
OK.
Thanks, I'll see you later.
Right, what have we got to get? A stabiliser bar, another stabiliser bar.
Should be with a suspension.
A suspending bra.
Never seen a car in a bra, Jenny.
Right, I'll go and get them then.
It is a total sea change for Jenny. She's never been one really for having much to do with cars.
So we want, is it on there? What is it? Oh, RD10.
It's nice, like watching the children looking for the Easter.
I know.
Surprise. And that's it.
Good. I can do that.
Jenny just got a taste of what her life will be like when she moves over in 10 weeks' time. Is she ready for it?
I'm absolutely petrified of the thought of packing everything away and all our eggs in this one basket here, this place. That's it.
How's it going?
All right, there's quite a few numbers I can't find.
The working together bit's going to be interesting. There will be a few disagreements and there will be a few sort of differences of opinion because life's like that.
Changing is difficult, so the fact that I'm going to change is the hard thing that I am doing.
In Almeria, southern Spain, renovations at El Teatro are almost complete.
So look at it now, look at El Teatro.
Amanda and Stuart Brignall have put their heart and soul into refurbishing this building. They are planning to hire it out for functions and local events.
That's a snag.
That's not a snag.
It is. I want
to give it the authentic look.
No, I want it open.
No, I can't. That one's off the list. Next.
But they're worried they've upset some of the local expats with their business plan.
I felt really tearful yesterday, but just because I think I was so tired and just it sort of like got a bit too much for me yesterday.
But there is good news.
I'll put the towel roll up when you get it.
Okay.
After months of chasing the town's mayor, their biggest issue has finally been resolved.
I'm now pinning up our licence that says we can open for sale of alcohol, sale of food and live entertainment. And that's it, simple as that. So we can now sell beer and try and make some money.
That's if customers can find them in the middle of the desert.
Well, I've put a Google map on and where I've highlighted the route where you come off the motorway here and highlighted this road, but because it kind of goes to a dirt track, people kind of think, you know, this can't be right.
Oh, that's classy.
That'll do. We're on the map.
But as Stuart goes past the village square, it becomes clear that El Teatro are not the only ones having a party tonight. The rival bar in town, also run by expats, has thrown down the gauntlet.
Yellowstone, for some reason, decided to have a do themselves on the same day as us. I hope it doesn't get to this catty tit for tat. So they've decided to put some live entertainment on.
Steve Fisher is like a Rod Stewart lookalike. Everybody can come and just enjoy themselves, let the hair down.
In the desert, the bar war is officially on.
They're quite hypocritical around there because we've got people who are kicking off about the noise, yet they're quite happy to walk down the road and go to the Yellowstone bar who's got live music on tonight. If it wasn't for the business, I think I'd be telling them exactly what I thought of them.
There's enough here for all of us. It's not easy out here setting up a business, and I wish them all the best.
As Amanda dons her glad rags...
First time I've put makeup on for 3 months. Forgot how to do it.
There's another big problem. One that they never expected here in the desert.
We've had flood warnings.
All those weeks of hard graft in the baking heat.
Yeah, we've got all that coming, haven't we? Is what it is.
And today, of all days.
Raining.
Really?
Yeah. Just spitting.
If Stu's a bit worried, it's nothing compared to Amanda.
Would you credit it?
Yeah, it's not here yet. Let's just come on.
Yeah, but look at it.
OK, it's a great cloud. We can't do anything about it. No point looking at it. It's not going to go.
It's 90% of rain.
It was 100, so it's gone down now. That's miles away, that, though.
That
Hopefully that'll fizzle out by the time it gets to us.
Yeah.
That's going to miss us. We're blowing this way.
Right.
We're getting that over there.
OK.
Does that sound convincing?
No.
No?
But you don't want to leave them chairs like that. That looks daft, doesn't it?
Will the desert storm stay away?
Look at that black cloud over there. Is it passing us or coming?
Will people come or be lured away by their rivals?
Have you seen that black cloud?
Amanda, you know, instead of going being pessimistic, I've seen that black cloud. Are you ready for a good night?
It's the moment of truth. El Teatro is open for business. In the French region of the Charente, Kim and Jenny Gilbert are temporarily reunited.
Bonjour, monsieur. Ça va?
Jenny is reluctant to leave England, so husband and wife have been living apart for 8 months.
Those big sausages.
There's just no answers to that one, really, is there? Yes.
Today, Kim has taken Jenny to the local food fair to make her fall in love with this area.
This is the life, yes. Really enjoying this.
C'est la vie française.
Oh, that's good. We will eat and drink local wines and local foods here because they are so good.
The Charente is situated between Paris and Bordeaux. It is a region full of independent food and wine producers. 2/3 of the nation's goat's cheese is made here.
The food and the flavours, it's one of the reasons why you come to France. And guess what? The sun is shining outside as well, which is pretty good, yeah.
But Jenny is also here to check out the work Kim has done in preparation for her final move in 3 months' time. Today, she'll be looking at their dream house.
Right.
I'm excited.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am. Come on.
Sure?
Yeah. Should you be carrying me over the threshold, actually?
What?
You should be carrying me over the threshold.
I will do when it's finished.
Oh, all right.
While Jenny was in England, Kim and his friend Max knocked down the internal walls and all the first floor ceilings.
Oh, wow.
So he can rebuild bigger rooms in this classic French townhouse.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Do you like the way the fireplace is hanging in midair?
I think it's got a very nice feeling to it. It has, though. It's full of light now.
Well, yeah, but it can't stay like this.
No, obviously not.
Jenny has been very sceptical about Kim's plans to turn this into their home.
So this is the bit you've got no idea about.
Oh, my goodness.
But it sounds like she might be coming round to that idea.
That's incredible. It's actually incredible.
The whole wall is going to be left with the stones exposed.
I see leaves going across.
Well, the other thing that was thought about was a rope of little sparkly lights.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking, but I was building up to it. so some leaves across there. So it's got a Midsummer Night's Dream feel about it. And my bed becomes a boudoir.
Righty-ho.
Jenny might have enjoyed looking at the bigger picture.
That's my bedroom, isn't it?
Or ours. Yeah.
All right, our bedroom.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. It's loads better than I thought it would be.
But she isn't sure about the little details.
And then,
Is this floor safe?
It will be.
But seriously, is that safe?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Always the optimist.
It'll be gone soon, don't worry.
Right.
Jenny will fly to England tomorrow, leaving Kim and his friend Max to finish the build.
So when do you think it'll all be ready?
I've given Max until the end of June, so he's got 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
To get this to a condition where it can be lived in, and then I'll have a month to finish the decoration.
Okay. And I'm coming across in...
At the end of July, in 10 weeks' time.
10 weeks' time.
Yes.
Okay, just bear that in mind.
Yes, dear.
The race is on.
We better hurry up with it all, I think.
Will Kim manage to turn this into a home by the time his wife comes back?
I'm so proud of you.
In Marbella, it's an important day for this British-run dive centre.
We're actually really close to the wreck.
Its owner, ex-journalist Simon Bell, has organised an expedition to find a World War I wreck. The ship has been hiding at the bottom of the Mediterranean for the last 98 years, and he hopes to offer the trip to paying clients.
Typical timing.
After their van broke down, Simon's team are stranded on the motorway.
Hello?
Simon is in the middle of the sea, trying to work out how to save the day.
It went bang. Lost steering, lost everything.
Ex-cook Vinny is also trying to get creative.
Yeah. How far are we from where we're supposed to be going? 15 minutes? 15 kilometres? Well, there's a beach here.
There's a lake they can pick us up from here.
That's what I'm thinking.
The stranded team decide to try and signal to Simon's boat from the shore so that the boss can pick them up.
All we've got to do now is get his attention.
Time for Simon to play Where's Wally, as his team could be anywhere along this 20-mile stretch of coastline.
Call him. Call him because he's not watching. Say stop.
But just as the boat is sailing past the beach...
Well spotted. Good girl, good girl. I love it when someone uses their brain.
With their broken van abandoned, the team pick up a piece of equipment each and swim to Simon's boat to get to the dive site. Guess who's lagging behind?
Come on, old man. Come on, baby. Come on, old man.
Simon may have had a tough time so far,
Okay, children.
but he should count himself lucky.
Who's making all that noise?
Back at home in the Marbella Hills,
No, just leave it there. It's too heavy for you.
Simon's dad, Alex, is doing his best to help the family business.
Where's Ruben? Oh, there he is. You're a good boy, aren't you?
By looking after Simon's son, Ruben, for a few hours.
Don't be rude. Shall I put some drink in here for you? Yes, what? Yes, what? Yes, please? He's a lovely lad, obviously, but he's got traits of his father, Simon. Because sometimes when Ruben kind of scolds, I go, whoa, it's Simon. I remember the childhood when Simon used to look.
Come on, hurry up. Wait to get in. So much faffing. Divers are the biggest faffers in the world.
Finally, the moment they've all been waiting for. Simon and his team start their long descent towards the place where the wreck sank 98 years ago. But as usual, someone is lagging behind. Vinny stopped to ask for directions. When he catches up with the team, 37 metres below sea level, the 100-year-old wreck finally appears. The Manapia was a British cargo ship built in Sunderland. It sank while carrying iron to Gibraltar after hitting another boat. Despite nearly a century at the bottom of the sea, it is still almost intact. It now hosts dozens of different marine species. It's another lucrative site for Simon, who plans to offer the wreck tour to his Marbella clients at a cost of €120.
Awesome! Yeah! We did like 3 circuits of the boat. It's a monster. Wow. Huge fish down there.
Absolutely massive.
We were very lucky. It's been well worthwhile, all the effort. Nice one, team. Super.
It's been another good day for Simon's new dive centre. Marred by just one little detail. Simon won't be able to drive home tonight. Luckily, his wife Natasha comes to the rescue.
My taxi's here.
I am zombie.
Sorry.
I can hardly walk.
Thank you for coming.
Oh, what a nightmare.
I know. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Is the season finishing tomorrow?
Nearly.
There are now 2 more months to go before the end of the season.
I could fall asleep right now.
Running 2 dive centres is taking its toll on the flat-out couple.
I'm on my last legs. I can't even face my drive tomorrow. Oh, God. you listening to me?
I am.
No, not really.
No, I am.
Reading emails.
But there's no time for rest.
Hello, Simply Diving.
The new dive centre is busier than ever.
Yes, yeah, pretty much every day next week.
In the desert village of Piedra Amarilla.
Evening.
It's the opening evening for Stuart and Amanda Brignall's new business, El Teatro.
Hello, I didn't say hello to you when you came in.
Amanda and Stuart have organised a hog roast and an evening of entertainment. But the freak weather forecast of desert floods is keeping customers away.
So annoying, I know. But I think it might blow over, because it's been like it all day, hasn't it? But we've got away with to the point where I even put some washing out, because I thought, well, I'm wasting.
And it's not just the rain.
This next one is, have you ever seen the rain?
The rival expat bar in town has booked Spain's best Rod Stewart impersonator tonight. So guess where most of the punters are?
What, the community centre? I've never been there and I don't want to go there. Sorry, but I know I like it here.
They're new. This is established. So we have to stay here and patronise your own pub.
A white wine spritzer, yeah. Stu, have we not got soda water? The first thing we haven't got.
Soda water.
First customer, and there's one thing we haven't bought. Honestly, we've bought every drink you can think of. We should be cross. Just not like it with lemonade in. I feel stressed.
Stuart and Amanda are up against it.
Oh, behave. Everybody's coming for our draft beer and it's not working. First night, disasters. Everything.
Teething problems.
What should we do?
What are you asking me for?
Oh, this is scary.
But despite their inexperience...
That's better.
No. It's worse.
The local expats are starting to warm to the desert's newest establishment.
Anything else?
I'll have a flake with that.
You're the second one to do that. I'm running out of flakes.
And as the Rod Stewart double prepares to sing his last number at the Yellowstone bar...
I feel a cigarette coming on.
Customers start to drift towards El Teatro. And suddenly, it's mayhem.
Just 2 seconds, my sir.
After months of criticism, this is Stu and Amanda's chance to impress the village crowd.
Pantalagrant line. Oh, I'll do it then.
We ain't working, mate. That's what's happening.
There's so much to do. Stu, shout Laura. She said she'll help.
I'm busy in a minute, babe. Yeah, well, she's out there. I can't go out there. Right, sorry. Have we got any euros or anything, Dave? Dave, you got any euros?
Everyone's having a laugh, everyone's enjoying themselves. It's good.
There we go.
Well, what they've done tonight, what they've put on tonight, it's good. It is, it's fantastic, isn't it?
Martini, right. First martini, man. First martini, do it, girl.
I've done it already.
Yeah, she's coping really well, to be honest with you. I thought she was going to be stressing a bit, but she's done really well, yeah. We haven't had a crossword yet. It will come.
Stuart! Stuart!
Amanda,
No, you do it. No, Stuart. No, honestly.
You're the one up front, go.
Their only crossword is over who makes the speech.
Why change our little lifetime?
Right, I'd just like to say thank you for everybody for coming tonight. Me and Stu have worked really hard for the last 10 weeks. And it's lovely to see all these smiling faces and lots of new friends. Thank you.
Amanda and Stu can finally let their hair down. It's been a resounding success.
We had seats for 130 people and there's been people standing, so we must have had over 150 people here. Just looked out the kitchen door now and everyone's up dancing, so yeah, that's what I like to see, yeah.
El Teatro's opening night was so good it carried on until the morning.
Oh, it stinks out here, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Amanda and Stu have shown the village how to put on a good party. Months of criticism and delays suddenly mean nothing.
They all need polishing, Stu, properly.
They're fine. Shut up.
Now it's time to count their cash.
After bills and everything, I think you'd get $250.
What?
No, more.
Made about 500 quid.
Right.
For the opening night. It far exceeded what we thought was going to happen, to be honest with you. I would have been happy if there had been 70 or 80 people there. The future's bright, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
The future's bright in sunny Spain.
Yeah.
As long as we can keep
Even
that
though
up.
it's raining today.
Even though it's raining today.
On the Costa del Sol, Simon and Natasha Bell have recently expanded their scuba diving business by opening a new dive centre in posh Marbella. They have not had a day off since and have had to turn customers away.
How many more are coming?
That's all, that's it.
But today is a great day for Natasha and Simon.
She's been coming here for 10 years.
A new au pair, Abby, has arrived from the UK to look after 2-year-old son, Reuben.
This August is really crazy, so...
So do you work like every day?
Yeah. So this is why we need help, because we don't have 9-to-5 jobs.
Finally, the moment they've all been waiting for. The end of their childcare worries.
Hello! Who's this? This is Abby.
Hello, how are you?
Want to give Abby a little kiss? Hiya. This is Abby.
With an au pair at home, Simon and Natasha can finally concentrate on their business. And that's not a moment too soon. The couple's original diving centre in Torremolinos has been trading steadily, but at the Marbella dive shop, the flow of tourists just never stops.
It's supposed to be a quiet afternoon. While all my minions are underwater, I get the joy of washing everyone's wetsuits. I was initially going to try and split my time between the two dive centres, but I haven't been able to do that at all. I've been here in Marbella pretty much constantly, so I'm still working sometimes 16, 17, 18-hour days. And yeah, just being a lot busier than we thought we would. So we're going to need to invest in even more equipment.
On top of Simon's list is a new compressor. So far, Simon has been filling tanks at his Torremolinos shop, 30 miles away, there and back every day. But today, Marbella shop becomes totally independent.
The compressor weighs God knows how many hundreds of kilos. You're touching this bollard here, mate. And we've got to get it right into the back of the shop. There was about 4 of us managed to lift it 2 inches yesterday. I haven't shown you the bill, how much this costs. I don't want to see it. But if I did show you it, you'll know how important it is not to drop it.
I'd go home and wait till you actually got it.
Go.
This €8,000 investment makes a big dent on the season's profits, but will allow Simon to concentrate on getting even more clients.
Push! It's going to be incredible. It's going to save me literally hours a day and a lot of diesel in running backs and forwards in the minibuses. So as soon as we can plug it in, we'll be able to get this up and running. Our new little baby. Is it going to fit through? Did anyone do a measurement of getting it through the archway?
Did you not measure it, seriously?
I measured it for the space it was going into.
Great business sense, Simon.
A bit more.
Not sure about the practical skills.
A bit more, that'll do. That's it. It's turning it around that post. Yeah. Have to take that post out. Okay. Thank God I've got a good team. Yeah. That'll do. Superb.
1, 2, 3.
So far this season, the dive centre made a good profit.
These are all new wetsuits. Nice, brand new wetsuits for the clients.
But Simon's decided to reinvest all his money, which doesn't please the firm's accountant, his wife, Natasha.
Just because we're doing well now doesn't mean we might be doing well in 6 months' time. You know, we have to pace ourselves.
But it seems that Simon doesn't know what that means. He's already thinking about his next venture, another 50 miles down the road in Gibraltar.
There's just one dive centre in the whole of Gibraltar that, to be honest, does need a little bit of competition. They're sitting on one of the best dive sites in Europe in terms of incredible marine life and some fantastic shipwrecks.
Simon may be dreaming about setting up in Gibraltar, but he knows that that won't be easy.
untold amount of permits and permissions and stuff that we need, and I'm quite happy to take on the Gibraltar government, the Maritime Agency, the port authorities, and yeah, of all of that, the toughest one is convincing Natasha.
Simon's proved he can run 2 diving centres, but will he be able to run 3? Next time.
Who's going first?
As they start enjoying their new life in the sun. There's no going back for Amanda and Stu.
I've got my burial plot somewhere over here.
Oh, Stuart.
Jenny finally moves to France.
I feel relaxed already, just because it's warm.
But how long will her new stress-free life last?
Kim wasn't very satisfied with my parcels, but it was unprofessional and he had to redo it, which I was quite hurt about.
And Simon, the tough businessman, finally cracks.
I know he's got this hard exterior. No, he's got tears in his eyes already.
As the diving centre prepares for expansion.